But here we go. I think we're ready. In 3, 2, 1, go. We're off. The Dans are around, and they're going to need to be outfitted with pretty much our standard gear for the start. The problem is going to be really after this, where we can't actually afford to buy all the cure spells for everybody. So I might have to come back to Canaria later to get the remaining cure spells. Go pick up 4 rapiers, 4 chainmails. I stole your Chaos Soldier, Hawk. Oh man, if you want him back, I will take an Agama and a monster to be named later in trade. Maybe a Gurmedusa. Alright, rapier, 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 rapier. Chain, 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 and chain. Man, it's so exciting to see this party starting off. They have no idea what's ahead of them. Most of it is going to be involving a lot of pain, some suffering, moderate amount of tears. Run, 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 and run, and Dan runs. Lobsters or mummies? I might take mummies on that, but I've already got lobster. Mummy's just really not a monster that gets me excited. They don't have a huge... Well, I mean, I guess they're not a terrible monster. They do make a lot of appearances in several different areas, so you're not out of it, like, when you first see them. There are some monsters which have, like, 1 or 2 shots at it, and then they're kind of boring the rest of the night. There's, like, nothing else for them to do. But mummies do get a lot of overall attention. Alright, so far a solid round of Dan. Dan, at 16, was the leader of all the Dans right there. Everybody else was pretty much exactly the same. This is really confusing to watch, by the way. I feel like that round was not as good. Dan might be getting tired. Yeah, they're continuing to go downhill. Alright, we got him. I have no idea who half of these attacks are being landed on. It's like you just have to be really carefully watching around on the screen. Alright, Dan 53, Dan 52, Dan 55, that's a good Dan. Dan 53, so that third Dan I think is my strongest Dan of the night. Are we gonna have a Dan competition at the Ogre Grind? Dan and Dan versus Dan and Dan? I think we might. Well, Dan just rescued a princess, Dan got a bridge, and Dan has a musical instrument, so we are all set to go from Canaria here. Let's go and get some cure spells for Dan. That guy gonna block me. Dan is blocked. Alright, Dan is lit through. So we need to have cure for Dan, a cure for Dan, and probably a cure for Dan here. But if I do this, I don't have enough money for a tent, so what I'm going to do is hit the inn, get Dan some spell slots back, and then we'll take an extra battle. We're going to actually have to fight that Imp, Grimp, Wolf, and Gerwolf battle at the start. Here we go, Dan crossing the Bridge of Nasir with his buddies Dan, 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 and Daniel. Daniel's the one taking the picture. Okay, we don't have a tent here, so we're just going to walk right through this encounter. 2 steps of... Nice, we'll take a Grimp by himself. I'm going to even kill this Grimp. I'm feeling like this Grimp does not deserve getting can't run points from us. I didn't know that party could have only 1 monster in it. I'm more willing to take that group now. It does have a very high chance of 1 or even more than 1 Gerwolves there, which is why we normally want to skip it. But evidently they're all optional. Good job by Dan to dodge that Gerwolf attack. Dan can't seem to get this running down. He had a lot of tries, and all of them failed. So far, Dan's still in pretty good shape. I don't think we need to heal Dan at all quite yet. I think we'll get through the creep battle and then we'll see how Dan's doing. One creep. I'm actually gonna kill him. There's a plan to this. It's not a very good plan. But there is a plan. Okay, 39 damage. You don't really do a lot of damage to a creep, so they are not a very fast monster here. Dan taking a little bit of damage. Might want to heal Dan up and make sure that he doesn't die to ogres. Why did I initially think that Final Fantasy wouldn't work? Because everybody's named Dan. And so there are no other names that are going to appear the entire night. But it seems like that's okay. And even if there is an empty list of stuff for the other characters, it'll still give them scores. Alright, 2 ogres is possibly more than Dan can take on right now. I was kind of hoping for a single ogre fight. Alright, Dan taking some damage there. Ooh, that's a big hit on Dan. Alright, so we get Dan, and Dan attacking while... Oh, Dan doesn't have a cure spell. So Dan's got to cure Dan, and then Dan will attack the ogre. And that'll swap things around. Ooh, Dan's not in good shape there in the front. Dan continuing to take damage here. I'm not trusting Dan at 31. Just have Dan heal himself. And then the rest of the Dans can go and attack the ogre. Good job, Dan, dodging that hit. 2 dodges by Dan. What a good show. Alright, top ogre is down. Working on bottom ogre here. We do have quite a few casts of Cure 1 left in case Dan gets into trouble. Decent start so far. We need to get a little bit more attack power in here. I think Dan is really going to need to step it up here for these ogres to make sure that we don't spend too long in the fights. Alright, Dan working, whittling down the ogre HP a couple at a time. There we go. Dan with the kill again. He's been doing good work here tonight so far. Can it last? We'll go up here in the north and find out. We have another ogre fight. 1 or 2 ogres here. Small chance of ambush or first strike. Generally, a lot of the early game is going to be neutral. Of course, it's a 2 ogre ambush. Dan deserves nothing less. Alright, so Dan attack, Dan attack. Dan will cure, and then Dan attacks. Does Dan know how to use the Bane Sword? I think he does. I think the last time Dan had to use the Bane Sword, it was successful. Okay, I think I need another heal on Dan. Alright, everybody's in good shape. Dan especially, I think, is in prime position for taking these ogres down. Ooh, never mind, Dan might need some healing now. Hey, the Joker, welcome in. Dan getting kind of roughed up here in this fight. And as long as Dan doesn't go below 35 hit points, I think we can be relatively safe. Like this time I need to heal Dan. Make sure he doesn't die there. Hey, Adam, welcome in. Thinking that Dan's going to win the MVP award? I don't know. It's going to be a tough one. There's a lot of pressure on Dan tonight to really do well. How many Dans will be watching the floor traps of the Agmas? I'm thinking at least 1 Dan, maybe 2. Actually, no, I think Dan's out of... Yeah, Dan's out of cure spells. We need to have Dan heal Dan, and that way the other 2 Dans can attack. Ooh, Dan. Almost dying right there. Like, we did get the cure off in time. I think I'm going to cure Dan again, just to be safe. We got him. Alright, 4 ogres there, so Dan gets a level up. Let's see how they do HP-wise. 55, okay. 54, yeah. 57, there's a good one. And this one will be 55 as well. So you only get 2 HP for the Red Mage at level 2. These are all going to not be strong level ups. And if it's not a strong level up, it's your Vitality score divided by 4. That's why Black Mage is only going to get 1, whereas some of the sturdier classes will get larger amounts of HP growth on those off levels. This might indeed be the ultimate challenge. I can't think of anyone that is going to be more difficult than an entire party full of Dans. So far, Dan's been doing really good on these pirates. We've got 4 perfect Dans in a row. 5 more to go. That wouldn't be good. Alright, there we go. Dan misses. I knew I couldn't trust him. Alright, Dans have made some kind of artistic pattern here for the remaining pirates. I think Dan will back up Dan. And hopefully we don't have any more misses. There's 1 down. We need 2 more to go. Alright, we got him. I think we're going to have a good Dan fight here. Dans have taken the pirates down, and they are now in control of the town of Provoca. Now to be known forevermore as Danville. I don't think Dan needs any windshields. Really doesn't know what to do with them. We will buy some tents, though. How many can I afford here? I can get 1 more. Right, we're going to buy 4 tents for Dan's. Each Dan will have its own tent. And we'll be able to buy 2 ice spells, which are going to go to Dan and Dan. Okay, Dan's got ice, and then Dan has ice as well. And that'll help me balance out the Dan that does not have cure. Because he'll at least be able to do ice, and hopefully we never get poisoned the entire night. That would be really painful. Can they take over Melmine? Yes. Can they make it less awful? No. That is beyond Dan's power, I'm afraid to say. Dan's going a little bit of a pleasure cruise right here. We could have gone back to Canaria right there, but that would throw off when this next encounter would take place. Or I'd have to do the, I think it's a hag battle to get back. So we're going to go take on some ogres here. And Dan will get a decent amount of experience through this stretch. How will I keep track of party order in terms of spells and equipment? I'm going to pin name tags to them. It's all going to say Dan, though, so it doesn't really help. Alright, there we go. Dan with the really good ice spell has made that top ogre go down very quickly. Need to work on bottom ogre here. Oh, Dan, luckily with the dodge there. Otherwise, he might have been in pretty bad shape already after only 1 fight. I guess that's all you can really expect Dan to do. Get into trouble right away and go and cower in the corner. Alright, here we go. Dan again with a dodge. That's a very solid round so far. Good damage there by Dan, although I think we could have had a little bit better of an attack by Dan and maybe taken this ogre down the previous round. Okay, we'll have Dan heal up Dan and make sure that we stay a little bit out of trouble here. It's kind of hard to get the spells really balanced considering how many cure spells are going to be needing for Dan. Alright, so fight, 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 and then Dan will cast ice. It's probably a good point. I should swap Dan out so that he is not taking damage and or is in the front. Dan, that was a really bad round. Alright, I think Dan needs to drop a cure onto Dan here. This is a preemptive heal on Dan, just so that he doesn't get into too much trouble. And of course he makes the dodge in there, so he doesn't need the cure after all. Alright, I'm going to put Dan and Dan on top ogre and move Dan and Dan to the bottom ogre. And that way we split up the damage here a little bit. The top ogre is close enough to dying that I think Dan can get the job done. Alright, Dan did it. Didn't even need Dan's help to finish that off. Largo-sama, thank you much for the resubscription there. I hope you enjoy your 4 months of Dan and your 4 months of Out of Bounds Bat as well. Thank you for the continued support. Dan really appreciates it. That was an ugly miss there, Dan. Caused Dan to have to take another chance at dodging that ogre there. Luckily, Dan's got pretty good evasion. He's been doing very good at dodging things tonight. Nice. Level 4 for Dan. Dan, and Dan, it looks like, are all going to get their level ups. 2 at 80 and 2 at 77, so they got some variety for their HP totals. We'll shuffle all the Dans together, and that way nobody knows who has what spell slots anymore. We'll go find an iguana. See what this iguana thinks about Dan. Doesn't like him. I could tell right off the bat the iguana was not amused. Alright, so the iguana not doing too much damage to Dan. I was a little bit worried that he would be really, really injured by this fight, but I think the iguana might be confused about what's going on right now. I certainly am. Alright, there we go. Iguana's down. Who gets the Mazrine tonight? I'm thinking about giving it to Dan. I mean, we could go without the Mazrine. We will have Sun Sword and Defense Sword. And then Dan will have Ice Sword and also the Ice Sword dual wielding it. Dual wielding Ice Sword sounds like a really good strategy overall. They can't have shields for the most part, so if we just had them dual wield swords, that would be perfect. Somebody should get on this. Hey, Rhythm Song, welcome in. Alright, Dan taking a little bit of damage there, but I think he's still okay for right now. We'll leave Dan in the front. Two ogres here. We'll use Dan's other ice charge. We do have one more ice charge on Dan left after this, I believe. And we have 2 ogre battles for it to pop up on. Alright, come on, Dan. High roll on the ice spell. 62 is pretty good. I think that was a very respectable ice roll by Dan. 20 to 80 being the overall range. And 20 on the start of the bottom ogre really wasn't enough for Dan to get a solid opening here. I think it's still going to be 2 more rounds of ogres before Dan can take him down. Hey, Smart But Worthless, you're going through a iOS with 4 Dans. I'm surprised that it's not prohibited in the remakes. I would have expected them to put some kind of check preventing this from happening. Nice. Ogre spreading his damage out. Mostly focusing on Dan, but at the same time also still very evenly distributed across. Another good hit on Dan. I mean, Dan still's got a decent amount of HP right here. And with only 2 ogre fights left, I think I can afford to start dropping some cure spells, so... Yeah, I think we're just going to drop the cure spells onto Dan, and I guess Dan will also get cured. That'll keep him safe for the remaining fights here. Another 2 ogres. Well, I guess Dan will have to use ice here. That's my last ice spell on Dan. Ooh, big hit. Maybe we should have moved Dan to the back to keep him safe. I guess it wouldn't have helped. Alright, 23, that's not a good roll, Dan. Getting better though. At level 4, Dan has gotten some attribute bonuses that are increasing his damage per round, as well as his accuracy. So it's helping out a little bit there. Ooh, Dan is probably needing a heal right here. Kind of expected Top Ogre to go down a little bit faster than this. Well, let's have Dan cure, and you guys keep working on the bottom one. So Dan and Dan will be on the bottom. Dan will be on the top, and then Dan will cure. And that way, assuming that we don't get hit for a big amount here, I can just move Dan to the back and swap Dan with Dan to have 2 good party members in the front. Alright, there we go. Iguana and Ogre left to go. And then Dan can go back to Danville after that and celebrate in his new Dan Palace. There's the Iguana. We're out of ice spells, so hopefully we don't get too bad of a fight for the remaining Ogre. I'd prefer not to use another tent right here. Okay. Iguana misses Dan, that's a good start. Critical hit on Dan, just what I didn't want to see. Alright, well, Dan's gonna have to clutch this out, because I don't think I want to take a round to have Dan be healed here. Alright. Could be rough for the finish on it, but we're gonna go for it. Yeah, I think that'll be good. We'll have Dan in the front. And with 77 hit points, Dan should be able to make it through this Ogre fight, even though we're out of cure spells. Only 1 Ogre too, that also helps a little bit. We had plenty of double Ogres. 6 total double Ogres, which is really good. I need a minimum of 2 to buy some of my supplies here, but tonight I might need more. Tonight might be our biggest gold sink night ever. Hey, Jamal, welcome in. Alright, so far Dan's still holding up pretty strong here. We got him. Dan takes down another Ogre. Well, over to the east here and see what we have cash-wise. Yeah. Ooh, is this worth it? Yeah, we'll do this. We'll be able to get 2 short swords and 2 ice spells right there. So short sword for Dan, and another short sword for Dan. I think that'll be good for this upcoming stretch. The short swords on Dan are not nearly as effective as they would be on the fighters, but it will be a little bit of bonus damage right there. I might do an alternate route through Marsh Cave as well. I'm still debating about whether I want to grab the other short sword. I don't think I need it. I think we can pass the short sword on to Dan for later. Hey, Dr. Pringle, welcome in. Go ahead and skip 3 encounters here. 1 by sea, 1 by land, and then 1 more by sea to finish this off. That gets rid of our Kaizoku battle, as well as some other miscellaneous stuff where I cannot get good ogre fights. Alright, only 1 ogre here, so we're gonna hold off. I mean, I probably don't really need to conserve my ice spells overly much, to be honest. I think we've got a lot of cast of ice that we can work on. Dan misses with the short sword. Very embarrassingly so. Short sword's supposed to give Dan more accuracy and more attack power, but it doesn't seem to be working very well. Three in a row. Dan can't hit anything with those short swords. I'm gonna check his accuracy. I'm not sure if it's working correctly. Alright, we at least got the ogre down. Took a little bit of time, though. Let's check this out. Alright. Says he's got 23% accuracy with the short sword, but I'm not sure if Dan is actually doing as good as the numbers are indicating. Double ogre here. Let's have Dan cast an ice spell. That's a good one. 60 damage is very respectable overall. Continue working on bottom ogre here. We will need to have a fair amount of cash coming up for the Marsh Cave trip. Our normal heal potions, pure potions. Maybe we won't need the heal potions, to be perfectly honest. We'll get some heal potions anyway. Dan might take a lot of damage from some of the battles. Alright, good fight right there. One more ogre fight, and then we'll have the Groger battle. The Groger battle might be a little bit difficult for Dan to take on right now. Dan at level 4, even with an ice spell, might have a bit of a struggle on the Groger encounter. Ooh. Alright, that's a lot of damage on Dan. Let's have Dan cast ice on top ogre here, and I'm going to not heal Dan for right now. And we'll see if we can do this more efficiently outside of combat. Yeah. I'm going to break down heal Dan. I didn't want to. Especially with him continuing to miss with those short swords. Looks like Dan's going to need a little bit of healing to get through this fight. That's substantial damage here. I might have to pass the Groger battle. I'm not sure if Dan's really up for it. Alright, continuing to work on ogre here. Yeah, it's not too bad so far. Alright, so fight. Dan, take this ogre down. There you go. Okay, so we need to have Dan heal here. And I mean, even with this setup, I feel like the Groger battle might be a bit of a stretch. We're going to see if Dan can get the job done. Hey, Super Flare Star, welcome in. Okay, only one ogre here. I think we're going to have Dan do ice, and then we'll work on the Groger after this. $84 on bottom. Let's have Dan and Dan go after the Groger. Dan and Dan will take the regular ogre. They need 16 on the regular ogre. Ooh, that was not good. I was hoping for a little bit higher roll. Oh, and Dan taking 2 hits back to back there. I think Dan needs the cure, and we'll get one more chance at killing regular ogre here. Dan's died. Dan is dead. I suppose it was inevitable. Alright, so I guess... Ooh, Dan's out of ice spells. We'll start working on top ogre here. And with Groger being such good experience, I think we want to go back to town and get Dan revived. Dan level 5, but unfortunately Dan died, so he doesn't get to get the full credit for it. Kind of a painful death there for Dan. I mean, the experience is not the biggest of a problem, but just breaking up the ogre loop like this is going to make it a little bit more difficult to get the right timing into Elfland. But you know what? We'll get Dan back up. I don't think it's worth leaving him down here for too much longer. So Dan's back into the party. Yeah, I think we can leave him in the back, though. We'll leave Dan in the 4th slot. That way he will hopefully not get damaged as much in the future. And once again, we have to skip through these first 3 battles to get back into the ogre loop. There's 2 out of the way. Do all Dans equal 1 super MVP score? I mean, it really depends on what you mean by the word super. It will be a score, though. Alright, 1 ogre. This might be more of Dan's speed. I think the Groger was a little bit too much for Dan, at least initially. And we just need to slow it down a little bit and get Dan to proceed at his own pace. Dan really struggling to do damage here. Alright, Dan got him. And Dan level 5. I didn't know that Dan was that close to level up. I may have taken the regular ogre if I had known that. And skipped the Groger fight for right now. Alright, so I guess Dan with ice is my best play here. Let's start working on bottom ogre. I'm actually going to use more ice spells. I think that we have enough ice charges on Dan to be able to do these 2 ogres in parallel. Of course not. A 78 ice roll, and Dan can't take the ogre down after that. Weak, Dan. That was weak. Another double ogre. All right. Well, I guess Dan can cast ice then, and we'll keep working on him that way. Could have been bad for Dan if both those hits had landed, but luckily he was able to dodge one. All right, respectable. I guess 2 up there, and Dan can start working on bottom ogre next. Dan needs to roll a 70 here to kill bottom ogre. I think it's possible. Can you do it, Dan? No, you can't. Not even close. Dan, I mean, he broke halfway through 70. But that's not something that we should be celebrating. Alright, I think I learned from last time. We are not going to let Dan fight the ogres with the Groger fight at the same time. I think we're going to go regular ogre for Dan's sake. Keep him out of trouble here for a little bit. Alright, 1 ogre, so let's have... I guess Dan can still use ice on the ogre. No reason not to. Hey, Graffin, welcome in. Alright, there we go. So we skipped the Groger fight for a plain ogre fight, because I wasn't really thinking that Dan was up to it. But he'll have other opportunities in the future, don't worry. We're not shutting Dan out quite yet. Can all the Dans combine to one giant Dan? Yes, but it's weaker than the individual Dans by themselves. It's a rather strange paradox. Man, Dan taking so much damage there. I think that Dan's lack of armor is really a problem right here. And his lack of damage. That does not help. Alright, we're gonna gamble that Dan is not gonna die. Because I want to get full value out of my tent. And of course Dan gets hit again. So maybe a cure spell would have been really helpful. Especially with Dan missing. Can't believe what Dan has been doing to this party. Alright. We'll try it this way. Dan with a critical hit, of course. When it's too late, Dan pulls out the criticals. Where was that a few minutes ago, Dan? We'll go ahead and skip over this next battle. There's no good encounters around this neighborhood, so Dan's not really interested in fighting wolves. And we'll proceed to work on some more ogres here. Chance to strike first, nice. I think that Dan is really going to benefit from that. Of course, Dan completely blows it. Misses the ogre so hard that we didn't even break half health on him. Dan's still not able to take top ogre down. Well, I'm going to give Dan one more try. This round, Dan had better get it, or else I'm going to put somebody else on the job. Like Dan. That guy's doing really good tonight. Continuing damage on Dan. I think I would do a round of cures and get Dan back up to full health here. Alright, before Dan dies, again, let's go and drop some cure spells on him. So, oops, you don't even have cure, so Dan will cure, and cure. That should be good. One more ogre here. Well, we do have a couple of ice spells left on Dan, but I'm going to save them for the upcoming stretch. There is 2 iguanas and 4 more ogre fights that we have before getting back to Provoca. I think we'll get level 6 before then. Well, it'll be close. We did have some extra experience because we had to go back to town after Dan died, and that reset the encounter loop back to the beginning. But I don't know if it's quite enough for Dan to get 6 on that. We're gonna find out. Very soon, though. Well, not very soon, after this little stretch. I remember the last time we fought an iguana, he didn't seem to like Dan very much. And it looks like that's continuing. Solid hit there by Dan. That's actually rather impressive. Dan not usually one to be doing those big criticals. Hey, Audrey Winter, welcome in. Alright, let's work on some ogres. Dan needs to improve his ogre arm. Just slap them over and over again until it builds up some muscle. Didn't work. Dan was totally ineffective that round. Good dodge there by Dan. And a very solid hit there. Okay, so Dan redeemed himself a little bit. He started off slow, but that was just to lure the ogres into thinking that he was less powerful than he really was. Hey Jace, welcome in. Alright, let's have Dan throw ice and see if we can get top ogre down. I do have some more ice spells for the remaining 2 ogre fights, so I shouldn't really be reluctant to throw them around very much. Ooh, that's a lot of damage on Dan. Let's see what we get for top ogre. 20. Dan rolls the worst possible score you can get on an ogre. So I'm going to put Dan, Dan, and Dan on top ogre to finish him off. Bottom ogre, Dan gets 40 on the ice, which is at least a little bit better. It's either the best possible one where you fail the magic defense check, or the worst possible one where you get the magic defense check. It's ambiguous. No, Dan taking a little bit too much damage there for my comfort. We're going to have to heal Dan after this fight. Yeah, let's drop Dan's cure, and then Dan, and Dan will all cure. That might have been my last one. Yeah, I think we're out of cures. Might not have wanted to burn all of the cures, but Dan kind of needed the health. Maybe some of the ogres are also named Dan. I could imagine that all of the ogres would share a common name, and it would probably be Dan, to be honest. Dan gets him. Good job, Dan. One more iguana and one more ogre, and then you can go back to Danville. Take another bit of a vacation. Alright. Dan didn't get hit really hard. I'm always worried when I see those iguanas that they're absolutely going to just target Dan and slaughter him. But Dan managed to get through that fight pretty easily. And that should be the last iguana that we have to deal with. Unless we get a Peninsula Power. Then Dan might get another opportunity to run into iguanas again. And see which of the two really is stronger. Ooh, speaking of stronger. We're going to need a really good fight here. 2 Ogre Ambush. And Dan is out of cure spells. Come on, Dan, high roll. Another 20. So Dan managed to roll the worst possible ice spell again. 2 times, possibly 3 times in a row. That's something really only Dan can do. I can't imagine anybody else being that bad at ice. Okay, let's put Dan on the bottom. So we're going to have Dan on the bottom, and then Dan on the top. Because I think the top ogre is fairly close. Yeah, we got him. And then, of course, Dan misses. So we have no damage so far on the bottom. We're 6 damage. We're probably going to need a really, really big round here. Come on, Dan. Clutch this out. That's a good start. Oh. Alright, now it's going to be still a bit of a stretch for Dan to take it down this round. Luckily, Dan's not really taking much damage from these ogres, which is helping this fight go a little bit smoother. And we got him. Alright. Provoca Ogre is complete. Dan getting level 6 as well. That is kind of helpful right here, since we do have a little bit of a detour to take. I'm not totally certain I can make this work out, but we're going to try picking up the cure spell that we missed on Dan before going to Marsh Cave. It might break where my Groger fight is, though, so that's what I have to be a little bit cautious for, and just hope that it doesn't cause me too much of a problem. Alright, so we're going to need, let's say, 5 tents here. Pretty sure I only used 2 in the previous stretch, so we'll get up to a total of 7 again. We'll get some pure potions. I imagine Dan's going to take a lot of poisoning in Marsh Cave, so we'll get 10 pures. There's the first 5 of those, and 5 more. And then just in case Dan takes a lot of damage and we don't have enough cure spells to do this, I will get some heal potions for Dan. Actually, if I get the heal potions, I probably don't need to go buy the cure spell right now. We'll get the cure spell after completing Astos. Hey, Catherine, welcome in. There's 5 heals and number 6. Alright, so with that, Dan's got a pretty good start on getting those Lit 2 spells, but we can't let our guard down. The wizards are still going to be a very tough battle overall. Go ahead and skip one encounter right there, and take this next one, which is going to be Shark and possibly Arsahag. We really don't want the Arsahag. I don't think he is a good addition, and Dan kind of struggles to deal with aquatic creatures, to be quite honest. Hey, Monkey Breath, welcome in. Alright, we didn't get the Arsahag, so I think if we're close enough, Dan will get level 6 right here, and doesn't help us that much, but we'll find out if it does give me a bonus attack. Doesn't look like it, although it's, again, very hard to tell because these aquatics have a lot of evasion. I think Dan only has 27 accuracy with the short sword at level 6, so he's still a ways away from his second attack. Decent amount of damage on Dan, but I think we'll be okay. Yeah, we recovered just fine. Dan did not get level 6. That's actually kind of a surprise. I thought he was closer than that. I probably should have grabbed Lit 2 before doing this fight, because it's going to be really tough with Dan. Alright, so I guess Dan with Ice there. We can work on bottom left Ogre, top right Ogre, and then work on Groger after that. No, Dan missed. We need a big roll here by Dan, though. Terrible, terrible Dan damage. Alright, so Dan on top right, and then Dan and Dan on the bottom left. And we'll hopefully take bottom left Ogre down here. It's a little bit further away than I really want it. And so I had to put 2 Dans on him. Not even 2 Dans could do it. Somehow they could take down the other Ogre just fine. Sometimes I don't understand Dan. Hey, Grimmer, who has the most HP? Right now, Dan is in the lead for HP. Dan does, like, no damage at all on this Groger. It's kind of sad. Alright. Give him another round. Here we go. Dan finally got the Ogre down. But can he get the Groger next? Keep those misses coming. It'd be nice to get a critical here as well. Very solid dodges, but Dan just cannot connect with this guy. The Groger doesn't have a ton of evasion, but he does have a lot of physical defense. So you notice that when Dan does connect, it is for generally much lower amounts than the regular Ogres. Oof, okay. We're getting so lucky with these dodges. Dan has been very clutch at dodging so far, except for the time that he got killed by the Groger. That was not so good by Dan. Hey, Hyrule, welcome in. Alright, let's take out some Ogres. Let's see what... We're at 4,000 gold. I'd like to get at least 4,500 here. And that way we can get 3 Lit 2s. I think I want to work on top Ogre first. Is this a solo class challenge? No, we have 4 different Red Mages. They're all specializing in different skills. Most of them specializing in skills like Ineptitude, Failure, Regret. But sometimes they will delight you, and then those are the moments that it's all worth it. Dang, I can't even take down the Ogre here. I'm going to give him one last chance, and maybe Dan will roll really high on the Ice Spell. He needs to do a 72, which is possible. Come on, Dan. Make us proud. You've had so many bad ice spells. 23. Give me an ice spell that doesn't start with a 2. What did Dan do? Have you not seen Dan tonight? He's been awful. Looks like Dan's gonna need some healing, and not quite enough money quite yet to finish this up, so we're gonna do, I guess, one more ogre fight. Maybe 2, because we'll have one on the right-hand zone as well, and then that way we still have to deal with the Grogr at all. Alright, so you're gonna drop an ice spell, Dan, and the rest of you are gonna go and try to clean this ogre up. And this time I want to see an ice spell that doesn't start with 2. 50, okay. More respectable. Nice, alright, top ogre down. Pretty solid so far. Come on, Dan. Good ice roll. 80! Alright, that's a good one. Finally, Dan rolling the maximum on ice. He had so many tries that he just completely whiffed on. And then he gets the good one. One more ogre. We'll take him. So I basically don't really want to take the ogres to and from Astos, because Dan's kind of not very good at killing ogres, and that is a bit of a liability, but we did get some extra ogre experience prior to going into Elfland here, and that hopefully will make up the difference. Alright, so we need some spells. I'm going to get Lit 2 for Dan, Lit 2 for Dan, and Lit 2 for Dan. And that'll have to do for right now. Marsh Cave, not a friendly place when your name is Dan. We will of course skip the Grimp and Werewolf battle on the way over there. I might be able to take some ice spell uses here, but for at least before the first 10, I want to just go with straight up damage. And then we have 2 battles after this. That's where ice spell is going to be more helpful overall. Will Dan be wearing the ribbon tonight? No. I don't think we're gonna be able to give the ribbon to Dan. Go to the left here, grab one more tent to use up. Oh. I have one more tent than I expected. It should have been 7 right there beforehand. No, that's correct. 7 is correct there. Never mind. Skipping Arachnid and Ogre Creep, and then head down and get our remaining 2 ogre fights prior to the cave. Another single ogre. I guess it's worth having Dan do 1 cast of ice here. 72, that's a good one. Alright, that saves us potentially a round. Betting on Dan not getting the kill on Chaos, I mean, it's probably a safe bet, to be honest. I would bet on almost anybody besides Dan for being able to finish off the final boss there. Dan, once again, getting a terrible roll with that ice spell. So we did 51 onto top ogre there, which is really not enough. But we'll try to finish him off. We've got, these short swords that just are not working out for Dan. Ice spell not working out for Dan either. Really, there's been nothing positive for him so far, but he's still trying. Dan's just getting absolutely wrecked here. Alright, well, I will probably not use a cure spell before Marsh Cave. We're just going to hope that Dan can survive. It's really Dan's fault that he's in this situation right now. There's our tent. And so goes Marsh Cave, where if your name is Dan, this is probably a pretty scary place for you. If your name is not Dan, still moderately scary, given the tough monsters inside. We'll start with Mucks, who we really are not going to want to play with tonight. Even if there's only one of them, I think we're still going to give him a pass. Muck is slightly less experienced than a shark, and easier to hit, so you can generally get away with fighting one, but I don't really trust Dan to do it. I should probably have also not trust Dan to run away. That's too difficult a task for him right now. Which is not good, because we've got the bone crawl encounter here. Chance to strike first. That's so good for Dan. So Dan's able to take advantage of the chance to strike first to get the guaranteed run there in the first round. I don't have enough steps to get the short sword for Dan without running into another werewolf encounter. So I think I'm going to give it a pass. That one's kind of borderline about whether I want to grab it or not. And we did get minimal bones here. Dan cannot run. Of course not. Dan's paralyzed. Dan's boned. That was not a good round for Dan right there. Dan still can't run. Dan's paralyzed again. Well, Dan did finally get out of there, but it was a lot of bonings later. I don't think we're going to heal up all the way. That would be a really inefficient cure one right there. Alright, we got a big chunk of the Poisonous Party Mix. Do I want to grab the iron armor for the money? It's worth 400 gold to sell. Dan can't use iron armor. That's unfortunate, but we've got just the limitation there. I mean, it doesn't really impact anything else in terms of step count, so I think I do want to go ahead and grab it, and we could just go ahead and sell it for later. I mean, it's literally one step out of the way. Poisonous Party Mix Part 2. We, again, get 3/4. Like, they're trying. They're just not all together, and I would rather have had the one with more spiders. Spider is by far the weakest member of the four. Dan with the poison. And criticaled. Not a good round for him. Alright, so let's heal Dan up. And I guess we just need to just heal everybody up all the way, Dan. And Dan does not have enough cure spells to do that, looks like. We'll drop into our first heal potion already. I wasn't expecting to need to use heal potions at this stretch, but you know how Dan goes. So, lit 2, lit 2, lit 2, and run. Dan cannot run. I was hoping he'd get away there. Well, Dan does get 2 wizards worth of experience. That might help him out a little bit. We have a crown. And let's see if we can make it over to the exit without getting too much more damage. We're out of cure spells, so it's, heal potions from here on out. That's why I'm trying not to heal if I can avoid it. The one battle I've got that's kind of a worry is the remaining Poisonous Party Mix fight, where if we get a muck, then they can certainly hit us pretty hard. Alright, Dan poisoned is not too bad. Alright, we do have a muck. And it hits Dan, of course. Alright, so Dan took a little bit of damage there, but I think he's still okay. We'll just get Dan cured up on that poison and probably not really have a problem here. So I'm not going after the short sword, and that means I don't have to deal with the shadows upstairs. Or not the shadows, the bone double crawl. The extra battle that you get if you grab the short sword or the copper bracelet is after this shadow fight. It is 0 to 2 crawls plus a couple bones, and that doesn't have a lot of damage output potential, but those crawls can be really annoying with paralysis. Yeah, getting dark there. Hopefully the only time we see shadows tonight. Alright, we made it outside. Go ahead and drop our tent down and head up to Astus' castle here. Hoping that Astus doesn't rub Dan. I mean, sometimes we're gonna have to make a sacrifice and let Dan go. To be honest, I'm not feeling like Dan is really deserving his spot right now. Well, this one's not bad. Kinda don't really want to use Dan's ice spell, unfortunately. We'll use one ice spell. That'll be fine. Nice, alright, we got him. Top ogre down. We're just trying not to take too much damage on Dan so that he is at full HP at Astus' castle. There is 2 more tents that we get, so 60 recovery. And to some extent, we do have to make up a little bit for the experience that we're going to miss out. Dan died once on a Groger. We only had 2 wizards, so getting to level 7 on Dan will be benefiting from having done those extra ogres around Elfland. Oh, nice. Chance to strike first. Dan loves that. Dan with a miss. Of course. So we had a chance to strike first, and Dan totally blew it. I'm going to use another ice spell here. I don't really want to, but Dan's kind of forced my hand. Because, yeah, Dan's taking a little bit too much damage there. It's going to be right on the border of what can be healed now. I think he'll be okay, though. As long as we finish that round, we were fine. You know, there's only 30 more healing. Okay, he's not going to be at max, but he'll be decent. Go ahead, skip one encounter there, setting up our walk back to Elfland after Astus is dead. That's how he goes. We want to have good damage by Dan. I think that's going to be our key strategy here. So Dan's icing, and then 1 lit 2 by Dan will give us a fairly good first round here. Of course, Dan rolls terribly on the lit 2. That's close to the minimum. Oh, Astus decides to punch Dan instead of using rub. That is probably a mistake for him. Can Dan get out of this without being rubbed? It's possible right now. He did a lot of damage in round 1. Dan with ice spell. Not enough. Dan tries again. There we go. Dan makes it through Astus unscathed. And gets level 7 for it. Alright, so Dan picks up level 7 there. Money-wise, I don't quite have enough cash to get Dan all the Fire 2s that I want. Which makes it a little bit difficult for the mummy grind, but I'm thinking I want to have some more levels anyway. Just for the upcoming stretch, so we might go off to Peninsula Power for a little while. Rather than doing a full mummy grind. Yeah, we'll do the standard setup here. so money-wise, we're going to defer this for a little bit. Just go ahead, hit the end, we'll get our Lit 2 charges recovered. And we'll buy Fire 2 on the way back when we know exactly how much cash we have to play with. I'll probably not get as many heal potions as normal in order to be able to fund the additional Fire 2s. You don't fully understand attachment. So attachment is basically your bet that this run is going to go very, very long. So the more bosses I fight, the more points you get, and if it happens to be a reset, then you lose points, and it's a pretty simple gamble there. I think tonight we're going to have a pretty good chance of seeing chaos, so attachment is almost certainly a good idea. I don't get attached though until Bahamut, of course, because that's where I know that really we have not just an average party of Dans, but an excellent party of Dans. Dan's gonna rob an old woman, because that's the kind of person Dan is. Grabbing 3 treasure chests right there. Alright, so we've got the herb. We'll do one last skip here to get rid of another ogre creep battle. And then head down to the south to go trade that in for our Mystic Key. The Mystic Key does let me get some nice treasures, and I'm actually thinking about going to raid Conaria's Outpost of Love and Affection, the Temple of Fiends, to get 2 good swords there, which I believe Dan can use both of those. Pretty sure he can use at least one of them. Keep forgetting that Dan doesn't have Lit 2. And then when it's completely unimportant, Dan of course rolls maximum damage on that Lit 2. 178 on a single target is the best you can see. Alright, so here we go, down to the south. I think I'm going to do Temple of Fiends. I would do that right before the Mummy Grind. Probably the ideal spot for it. Hey, Dragonfire, welcome in. There we go. 1 herb exchange for 1 key. We'll go and raid the treasury here. So the key lets us get into several different areas. Normally I grab Elfland, Conaria Castle, Dwarf Cave, and in marathon routes, Northwest Castle as well. But tonight I'm thinking about doing Temple of Fiends, which has 2 additional swords that sell for a decent amount and or can be used to hit your enemies with. Dan needs some more accuracy here to get a second attack, and that's really what I'm trying to optimize for. We'll skip that Copper Gauntlet. Now really helpful for Dan tonight. Okay, 5,000 gold. It's enough for 3 Fire 2s so far, but I would really like to get 4 Fire 2s and a Lit 2 so that everybody's got their spell slots all nicely arranged, because this guy does not have Lit 2, because Dan was a slacker at school. Hey, Phoenix Priest. If you're ever curious about things in Final Fantasy, there is a command !FFF, which will give you a paste spin with all of the rules and details about how the game works. Alright, down to the south here. What do we want to grab? I think we want to grab a silver knife. That's worth a decent amount of cash. I think I will buy something with the iron armor money. So that's worth grabbing. It's 400. I'm not going to bother with the iron shield. That's only worth 50 to sell. That should set us up pretty well for dropping into town. Normally I'd be buying all my supplies right here, and tonight's going to be a little bit different if we're going to be doing the detours to Temple of Fiends and to Peninsula of Power, so figure out the best way to handle that. So I think Dan doesn't need this iron armor anymore. I think Dan another pair of iron armor. There it is. I want to get Cure for Dan, because he was missing that. There we go. Now Dan's got Cure. Not really helpful to have Lit 1 or other things at this point, so Cure is really your best option for the early game and pretty much general. Okay, we're going to need to get a whole bunch of tents. You're doing Peninsula Power, you're basically needing to do a couple of tents per house. So I'm going to get, let's say, 20. And then hope that's enough for right now. There's our first 10 down. $15. And 20. Alright. Heal potions. Stock of these will help with Peninsula Power as well, in case somebody gets really beaten up. I expect Dan to be the person most needing these heal potions later on. I think I'm going to do Dwarf Cave first before Temple of Fiends, because that'll at least save me all the encounters around Dwarf Cave. Those can all be pretty easily skipped with the tents that I have. Actually, thinking about it, it's a little bit tight for cash. But we'll go ahead and grab 2 more tents there for the Dwarf Cave area. I think Dan will be fine with that. Yeah, I think we got everything we want from Corneria right now. Okay, 2 extra steps there means right here. This will be a double skip, go into the cave, and then I can get those 2 steps back on the way back out, because that already has a little bit of a buffer built into it. Just doing some on-the-fly routing here to figure out how to squeeze in this Temple of Fiends strip that I normally don't have. Okay, there's 1,025 gold. I actually should have waited to buy the heal potions and the tents, because I could buy those at Provoca on the way to Peninsula Power. And that way I could have all the money up front for the Fire 2 spells. Hey, Tipo, welcome in. We've finally gotten a way to clone Dan, that is correct. It was glorious, and then there was an industrial lab accident, and it wouldn't stop coming out. It became horrifying. Alright, I don't think we need that. It's a wooden helmet, dragon sword, silver knife. No, that's the wooden helmet. Which one's this then? Iron helmet, alright. Either way, we don't need it. Dan doesn't wear silly hats. Alright. He kind of does, but he doesn't wear that kind of silly hat. Can I explain how this challenge works? So basically we have to beat the game, and that's really the short of it. There might be some restrictions, and that might be the only limiting factor for how long it's going to take, is that everybody's Dan. Let's get past the battle there. So we're going to go back to Conaria here. Get the 2 swords out of the temple. Then south to Elfland. Do our mummy loop. We will only do 1 loop of mummies. Grab the power staff. Come back to Elfland. Do the houses. And then Peninsula Power after that. Here we go. So we'll clean up on the sharks while we're here. So a couple lit 2s. Dan doesn't have lit 2s still. Need to remember to get that for him. Will be class changing, yes. So Dan is allowed to class change. That is not forbidden by the rules. We don't need to go into town. Just take the battles out here, which is going to somewhat scramble up the encounters coming up. But as long as we've got lit 2s for the sea battles, we should be okay. Dan's struggling to fight imps. How bad can you be, Dan? Oh, he somehow made it here. Okay, so we're gonna go grab the swords. Each of these is gonna have a gargoyle battle in order to pick up the sword, but we can just run for the fights. The gargoyles are not particularly good experiencer goals, so there's no reason to really fight them. Dan can't run. Come on, Dan. You can do better than that. Evidently he can't. 4 can't runs in a row for Dan. 5 can't runs for Dan. I don't even trust Dan to fight these creeps. He's proven to be very, very inaccurate and reluctant to do damage to things. Do I grab the soft potion while I'm here? It's 400 gold to do an extra gargoyle battle? I guess we will. Who knows, we might run into some terrible monster in Earth Cave and need that soft potion for some reason. Unusual to see the Imp Grimp Wolf and Gerwolf battle here. This is the same battle you have right outside of the bridge crossing that I normally skip. Tonight we actually fought that battle, and it turned out to just have nothing but a single Grimp in it, so it was rather anticlimactic. Here we go, Peninsula of Power. One step closer to that one. We still have to do a mummy grind though. That'll get us level 8 and also let us practice our Fire 2 spells a bit. That's not a terrible sailing trip. We didn't get any Odd Eye, that's the big one. Odd Eye with paralysis is probably the most annoying monster. They do nothing but paralyze. In terms of a strategy, it's actually rather effective. One lone arachnid. Shouldn't have trusted the Elfland area to be safe at all. Alright, so here we go. Elfland, let's go play with the weapons a little bit here. Make sure that Dan can actually equip these. So, Dan can equip the dragon sword, the rune sword, and the wearer sword, it looks like. And I guess we give the silver knife to Dan over the short sword. Yeah, all those give Dan the second attack there, whereas the short sword right now does not until probably level 8+. Okay, we can raise a little bit of cash from those. Do I keep the silver armor here? This is a tough one. We're a little bit short about where I want to be. Just barely, though. I think I want to have silver armor on Dan. And, we'll only be able to get 3 Fire 2s. Not seeing a good way around it. I bought a few too many heal potions. I want to get the Lit 2 still. That's the problem. I mean, I guess Dan can have Lit 2, and that still does a decent amount of damage on the mummies, just not nearly as much as the Fire 2 would. Thing is, I'll have plenty of money coming back from the mummy grind, so I can get Fire 2 then. So we'll at least have it Peninsula Power. We just don't have it in advance for the mummy fights. Go ahead, drop our tents on the way up. Will I have enough tents? That's something I can fix at Provoca. That one's not a problem. That's really why I have the remorse over the healing potions. I'm probably going to the Provoca item shop anyway, so it's better to have gotten everything there when I would have in hand all this cash from doing the mummies and getting the power staff and so on, which would give me enough for a fairly substantial investment over what I'm going to have right here. Blue Phoenix, you bet Dan's gonna be the MVP? I don't know, he's got some competition here. There's some people that can give Dan a run for his money. Uh-oh. 5 mummies to start. Well, let's see how this works out. We're gonna only have Dan do Fire 2, and hopefully he doesn't get put to sleep. Oh, so much damage. It's a beautiful sword, by the way. Might want to do 2 Fire 2s for safety. Just to speed things up a little bit here. Yeah, because otherwise we're going to run out of healing pretty quickly. Alright. We did get 5 mummies, so that's a pretty good start. Maybe we can make this work. We just have to be careful with it. 2 mummies. Well, that's not nearly as good. Dan put to sleep already. That's a pounding too. Only 2 mummies, and they still really beat Dan up. So typical. Alright, there we go. We got him. So that's 7 mummies total. Dan asleep again. As long as Dan doesn't get killed before that Fire 2 happens, then it'll be really good. Somehow the Lit 2 actually was very successful overall. Alright, 11 mummies. I think Dan at 100 is still okay. Kind of borderline, but we can probably make it through the fight. Especially when Dan goes first, that really helps. Of course, failing to kill the mummies does not help your cause there, Dan. Nice, alright. That's a little bit better. Ooh, 5, but a chance to strike first. We're gonna take advantage of that, so Dan with the fire too, I think has got the play. Still haven't hit level 8 yet, and that's something of a concern. I really want to be level 8 before Peninsula Power. There we go. Dan gets level 8. 142, that's a pretty good amount of experience. HP there. 139. 133, it's going down. This should get Dan his remaining level that we need. It'll be safe to go on after that point. Which Dan is the real Dan? I can't believe you are unable to tell them apart. I expect any long-time watcher of this stream to know which is the real Dan. Alright, we got the mummies, we got level 8, which is the important thing there. A decent amount of cash, which I can use to fund some houses. I totally forgot to do the skip before going into, oh, that's right. We are totally off track for the encounters because I didn't do a hard reset beforehand. This was only a single loop when normally it's a double, and that means we don't have the right RNG for the walk back. That's okay, Dan can handle it. Go on the left-hand side here and sell off our power staff. I want to see what my house count is like. Can I use the file count at all? I don't think I can. Do I want to trade the dragon for the silver sword? Probably. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Give Dan a little bit of a weapon upgrade there. And we can buy 4 houses plus the missing fire 2, and that will fill out Dan's spell selection. It's probably a good amount. Alright, let's do it. Get fire 2, that's the important spell you need for Peninsula Power. Make sure you put Silver Sword on Dan, but I want to have that on second slot Dan for decreasing the odds that he gets badly attacked. Actually, that might even be better on third slot Dan. Maybe Dan in the back will be my sword wielder. It's an interesting night for setups. I guess like this. Yeah, it works out pretty good. Alright, so houses are our next big purchase here. Stock up with those, and it doesn't matter that we're spending all the cash because we're going to be getting a lot of money at Peninsula Power. That is an area which will very rapidly get you both experience and gold for doing the encounters there. Good. Just no odd eyes. I don't think I have any lit 2 spells left, unfortunately. If I had just one lit 2, then I wouldn't have to worry at all. Especially if it was on the back Dan. If it was on the front Dan, maybe that would be more of a problem. Good. Not biting our weakened Dan at 73 hit points. Now he does. The shark smelled blood in the water. He was a little bit confused about which was the correct Dan to bite. And then he figured it out. Can't believe these people preventing Dan from getting his well-needed supplies. They should feel ashamed of themselves. Dan is the hero of this town. More tents. Alright, and then we'll get heal potions down until we have 50 gold remaining, which is just enough to hit the end. Dan, flat broke, as always. Going to go off in the world to make a living for himself. At one point, I did have a route worked out for Peninsula Power because it was 3 years ago part of the run to actually go off here. By this point, I don't really have any strategies for it, and so these challenge runs do involve a lot of improv for working this into it. The other option was to sail around to the backside, which does give me a little bit less walking overall. You just drop in on this dock here, but that involves basing out of Melmond, and nobody really wants to do that. Alright, here we go. Peninsula Power time. So we're looking for zombies and trolls. We can do double fire 2s on all the fights. Probably fight, fire 2 on this first one. Actually, I want to maybe start with the front fire 2s, because the fourth character is the one that has the silver sword, which is my best attacking weapon. Good, trolls down. Trolls have a little bit less HP than the zombies, which is why I focused the attacks on the zombie after this. There we go, we got him. It's a good start. Could have had a little bit more in the way of XP, but overall not too bad. Hey, nice boots. Hopefully you can hold that lead. It is tough to be ahead early in Final Fantasy and then keep that up throughout the entire night. This is not bad. I guess fire 2, and then only one attack each on the zombies might be a little bit dangerous over here because of how much damage all these guys can do. But hopefully Dan can hold out. Alright. We just have to be fast in this last round. One down. You guys on troll. Dan and Dan will take the zombie. Oh, Dan! Clench it out. Clench it. Didn't die. Dan didn't die, which is the important thing there. Keep you rolling. Let's see what we get. Ooh, this is gonna be a little bit more challenging. I think we do want to do fire 2s from the front. Hopefully we get some good fire 2 rolls here. We want to see these zombies going down. 130 is a good one. A lot of damage on Dan already. Ooh. Silver sword could have been a little bit better there. Come on, good fire 2. Alright, you're down. Troll didn't die. That's unfortunate. So I guess attack, 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 and Dan's just gonna have to clutch. Dan did not clutch. Alright. Unable to take that one. Hey, Asper Jones, welcome in. We'll try again, hopefully with better zombies and trolls this time. Four zombies. Do I go for an extra fire 2 here? There's a lot of value on the board to be able to take this. I think we just do a standard play, though. And we hopefully get good rolls. So, Dan, it's all up to you. A lot of pressure. I don't think Dan can handle the pressure. To be honest, Dan is crumpling under the pressure rather rapidly. Dan has crumbled like tissue paper. Well, this didn't work out last time, so we'll use our backup strats. This is unfortunately burning a lot of fire 2s, but if Dan can't handle the zombie, this time, of course, the zombie is so nice, spreading the damage out perfectly. We'll still take it. Dan tried his best, and he couldn't quite do it. So we're going to use backup strats. Get Dan level 9 that way. 160! Dan is not going to be surviving Ice 2. Unless he gets some more levels here. Put Dan in the back? I mean, it doesn't really work out. The zombies seem to find him no matter where he is. Another 4 zombie encounter. I mean, we can afford to triple fire 2 now. And see if this works out. I feel like with 4 zombies, you're getting so much value from it that having fewer total encounters is not a big problem. You know, I would prefer only using 2 fire 2s per fight. But I can make an exception. This one probably would have been okay with 2. We did so good with those that I don't think that last one was necessary. Zombie almost made it necessary. There we go, we finally got him. Damn, 162, joining the club of people that are not going to die to Ice 2. Hey, Rusty, welcome in. 4 more zombies. I mean, at this point, I think I gotta go and try to stretch these out a little bit. Come on, Dan. Good fire 2s. That is a good fire 2 so far. 3 of them in the 140s is excellent. Oh yeah, that was a nice... That was so good. Come on, Dan. You can do this. No, you can't do it. Never mind. I had a little bit too much faith in Dan right there. We still got him, though. A purple sword. I've got 2 different purple swords, actually. Got 6 fire 2s left. See how long we can stretch that. I think we'll just continue using the fire 2s to keep them balanced. I don't need to be like super conservative with them. There we go. We have a couple of houses as well, so I'm pretty sure I can get whatever my desired level will be. Not too much of a problem. 2 Zombies here. Maybe you should have flipped who was doing the Fire 2s, given that we do have better swords in the back 2 slots. Possibly could have saved them for a more dangerous encounter overall. The purple swords are the rune sword and the wear sword. Oh, Dan just barely clutching that out. Good thing he had gotten that level. And 4 Zombies. Well, this time we don't have a choice. We are doing this without bonus Fire 2 action. We got 2 Fire 2s, and hopefully this will do it. Come on, Dan. Yes, that was a good miss. 2 good dodges. Dan is on fire right now. Literally on fire. Just like these Zombies are. Alright, that didn't really help us out too much on Dan in the back, but I guess double up, attack, and just go to town, Dan. Dan failing to get the job done. There we go, 1 Zombie down. Another clutch miss, that's a good one. Was not expecting 2 to make it to this round. Come on, Dan, you can do it. There you go, 1 down. 2 down, alright. Dan's starting to get level 10 there. So far, Peninsula Power has been pretty good to Dan. I think this has been a very profitable trip up here. Alright, so I think we want to do Fight, Fire 2, Fire 2. Starting to see 4th tier spell slots develop. That's going to be Fast and Ice 2. Not really immediately useful. Earth Cave and Ordeals don't really have a good opportunity to use those 2 spells. There's another good one. Ice 2 grind on Nightmares and Ordeals is something that could possibly be done, but would be fairly tricky overall. Right, so if you guys use Fire 2 there, we're going to go back to balance on our number of charges. I might have even gone to 3-3-1-1, given the back 2 characters do have better swords overall. But I feel like we can afford to spread our Fire 2s out a little bit more. Surprisingly, I haven't needed a whole bunch of healing. Like, either we die, or we make it through the fight without too much trouble. A solid plan. Yes, we're gonna throw Dan into adventure, and that's basically as much as the plan I've already worked out, but I'm sure it'll go well. What is my plan for Lich 2? I'm thinking about doing a fake. We're gonna send Dan around the side and try to backstab him. Let's put you 2 on Troll, you 2 on Zombie. Trolls should have less defense overall, so these weaker swords will do more damage. Level granted 350 hit points. I don't think we really need to do that for Earth Cave. I think Earth Cave is not quite that dangerous, but sometime in the future we'll be very concerned about Dan's overall hit point total. And that'll be an interesting adventure to get through Temple of Fiends at the end. Dan did not do a good roll with the Fire 2 right there. That's a little bit better. Well, no, it's not. Dan, you've shamed your family. Let's go ahead and pick up this shard of a battle that we've got left over before Dan dies. Oh, Dan, don't die, please. Alright, we got him. We could do one more encounter here probably, and then house again. Excellent. Alright, so Fire 2. We can punch Fire 2 and Fire 2. And we'll just call it done. At least for this house. We've got maybe one more house worth doing. Like, if you go to Peninsula Power, you really should stay here as long as you can, because the setup time is what's making it really costly. So you're getting extremely good XP per minute throughout this entire stretch. And the time it took you to walk here, get all the supplies and so on, is what makes Peninsula Power not really worth doing in a standard speedrun. But once you're here, it's like, exploit it as much as you can. Have status effects thrown off the character order been a point of confusion yet? Not really. I mean, I'm pretty confident in my use of Dan at this point to more or less know what's going on. At some point, though, I expect it will become a little bit worse. Alright, Zombles. Another 2 Zomble pack. Well, let's have you guys start off with Fire 2s, and see if we can do this with a pair of Fire 2s instead of 3s. A lot of damage on Dan to start with. Dan doesn't really have the best armor. I did give him the Silver Mail, and that's really the best option right now, with Iron Armor not being usable, and just an overall trend that you have a lot of difficulty outfitting the Red Mage for a long time. I mean, even in the late game, despite there being a very quick stretch where the Red Mages have the gold bracelets and they're actually helpful, you have almost no good armor choices for them. We had to do 3 Fire 2s after all. Because Dan took too much damage. Looks like we got at most about a dozen or so battles left. Okay, another one of these. I guess I can take you down to 2. 2. 2, and then you have... Oh no, we should swap these 2. You're gonna go attack, and then you're gonna go down. So that would leave me at 1-1-1... 1-1-2-2. Dan not quite getting the job done there. I had high hopes for him, and he let me down again. For anyone wondering about the leveling, by the way, this basically is most of the experience we're going to get all the way up through Ice Cave. So you're actually thinking about, what do I need for that dungeon overall in order to be able to make it through here? And that's going to be really determining how long you want to spend doing this. And I think for a party of Red Mages, somewhere around level 13 is where Ice Cave starts becoming a little bit less terrifying. We'll get Vampire, Lich, Zombie D, a couple of battles and ordeals, but you can't really expect much more than a level or so between all of those. There we go. That was a good set of Zombles. I'll take those. Alright, we do have a little bit of curing left on Dan. I'll move that third spot. I think I want to do a hard reset there. Dan has been pretty good at taking hits, although he has taken 2 deaths, which has been a little bit problematic for us. Alright, let's just go and dump our remaining Fire 2s. So, Fire 2, Fire 2, Fire 2. It's a little bit awkward going back and forth between 2 versus 3. Because you keep going into these battles with not quite enough to do a pair. And so I'm not getting perfect Fire 2 efficiency. If you really want to be picky, you can come up here and just recycle the battles that are not like 4 Zombles, and that way you get way better use out of your houses overall. I could do at most 1 more house here. I need 1 house in between Vampire and Lich. I don't want to do... Well, I could probably do the standard Melmon trip. I was kind of hoping to avoid Melmon, but, you know, sometimes Melmon's just completely unavoidable for reasons outside of your control. Ooh, there was some good Fire 2s. And we'll probably need the 3rd one. Yep, there we go. Can't believe 3 Fire 2s. Dan not able to kill a Zomble with that much firepower. Starting to tick down. We've got only 9 tents remaining. Single lone Zomble. You know what? We're just going to skip it. We're not going to take the 25% chance of completely whiffing on that battle. This is where I'm starting to get pickier with my remaining saves that are left for me. At the start, I might take something like that. Now I want to take things like this one, which is maximum Zomble action. This is the highest XP encounter you're going to get for Peninsula Power. At least in the manipulations that you do, it's actually possible to get one which is worth more, but it's the 1 in 64 encounter that would be a whole bunch of setup to be able to manipulate out. That's lots and lots of wyverns. I think 1 to 3 wyverns plus 1 worm is the overall formation. Come on, Dan, you can finish this guy off. He's not that tough. Yes, there we go. Dan coming through in the clutch. All right. Dan level 12. Very good. All right, so we're pretty close to where we'd be good for Ice Cave. The 2 battles remaining. Do I want to try to get 13 here with my remaining house? Probably not. I think we might be overall done. Okay, you've got Fire 2, Fire 2, Fire 2, and that would leave Dan with 1 Fire 2 at the back, and then that would be the last fight. Okay. Dan trailing a little bit, getting his level 12 finally. And we do want to go heal up here again before our house so that we get full credit for it. Alright, 4 Zombles. Good way to conclude this house loop. So you were the one that does not have Fire 2. Alright. 3 Fire 2s. Makes this relatively safe, especially at these higher levels where I have more HP to tank the hits. When you first start this off, 2 Zomble hits will probably kill Dan. And so you have to be kind of lucky, and you actually don't necessarily want to have maximum Zombles right away. Like, you kind of ease into it a little bit. Once you get to level 9, though, generally you can survive that second hit, and sometimes even a third one. So you're better positioned to start doing the more difficult fights. Alright, let's see how our stats look. You guys, 44 for accuracy, so we're nowhere close to 3 attacks per round, but we're all solidly at a 2. Decent amount of hit points. I can just barely do one more house loop, and then we'll be out of tents. That seems like a pretty good setup. So we're going to finish this loop off, and hopefully we'll have a very nice stretch up until probably Sea Shrine without too much difficulty. Oh, and you got 4 Fire 2s. Yeah, we're going to have no problems with these. Is this a time loop? It possibly is. We're certainly doing this battle over and over again, and profiting quite handsomely off of it. Nice, alright, that's what we want to see. Yeah, I think we want to just do triple Fire 2 still. 4 Fire 2s doesn't really buy me much, although it maybe helps with the turn order problems about getting the Fire 2s happening earlier in the round so there's less total healing involved. Oh, that was a good one. Dan's starting to get the hang of these Fire 2s. I think by the time that we get to Earth Cave, he has got a mastery in his future. Okay, 4 more tents to go. Will there still be an Agama grind? Yes. Like, this is not going to be anywhere close to the experience that we would have from our Agamas. This is just getting us through Ice Cave. And then Gurgi Volcano is where we want to probably kill Dan off and work the rest of the party up to higher levels. I haven't quite figured out exactly how I want to finish this game, but I know that it's not really worthwhile dragging around all 4 characters when one of them is going to be absolutely atrocious at resistances. Like, literally, we cannot get any resistances at all for a Red Mage outside of the ribbon, so, well, I guess instant death on the pro rank, but no elemental resistances of any kind. So I think at that point, the 4th character probably just spends the rest of the entire game on the floor, as Dan was meant to do. Okay, maximum of 4 encounters remain. You think the fourth one's the real Dan? I mean, we'll find out. You can never tell sometimes. Dan is crafty. He's good at disguises. Right on Dan, of course. The one person I didn't want the Zombie to hit. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 5 Fire 2s left. So in theory, we could do 2 battles. In practice, it's all gonna be up to Dan. That is certainly a good encounter. So you guys are out of Fire 2s, and you two in the back will have 1 left each. Oof. All right. As long as they didn't take too much damage here, we can do the last fight. That wasn't too bad. All right. I think we got him. Dan 13. Excellent. Excellent time to cut it off. We'll do our cabin. We'll do our very last fight. And hopefully no problems with this one. That will set up the walk back from Peninsula Power as well. I mean, if I had brought more tents, I could have done that last house and maybe gotten close to 14, but this should be fine for this upcoming stretch. Again, we'll get a little bit more experience as well for, you know, Vampire, the Wizard fight, Zombie D, all the required unrunnables. But obviously, we don't have to do any low-level monster farming, so we don't worry about bulls, really. We don't really worry about picking up ogre battles or anything like that in Earth Cave, and so we just run from all of those. If I have 80,000 gold, will I be buying 4 silver swords? I don't think it really helps that much, to be honest. We're not really doing any battles that will require a lot of sorting. I think we can pretty much fire to everything, because that's how I've set up the route for the marathon anyway, is that you basically only get difficult battles if you can fire to them as a way to get an easy out on it. So I think it's better to save the money up and get earlier pro rings and maybe think about how much we're going to be investing in Melmond. We are going to put the Melmond economy on a solid footing after we're done buying our spells there. Alright, I think I want to buy 25 tents. That'll be our first big shopping expedition here. There's 5 down. $10 down. These are basically replacing the tents that I would normally be getting at Poneria. I guess I don't really need 25, but rather than going short, I'm going to go and get fewer cabins at Crescent Lake to make up the difference. There's 15. $20. 22, 23, and 24. Alright, so next we need 15 pure potions. Dan probably is going to get poisoned quite a lot. 5 down. $10 down. And 15. Alright, heal potions after this. We should just buy a big stack. Even though we have a ton of heal potions and cure spells, it's never going to be enough. Dan just takes so much more damage than the rest of the Light Warriors that you need to stock up on extra healing, and it's hard to underemphasize that. It's like very, very important that you do not run out of healing during this upcoming stretch. Surprised the shopkeeper isn't giving Dan a pity discount. I mean, the shopkeeper drives a hard bargain. One item at a time. And he must check your ID before each single one. It takes forever. Do I want to do anything with this house I've got left over? I don't think I can really use it helpfully. Like, it's not really worthwhile doing the Earth Mental Loop and getting the money there and so on, but... do I want to do Melmond as normal? Or do I want to see if we can skip it? I don't think it saves me time skipping Melmond, to be honest. Like, it's so well put together for that intro up there that I might as well go to Melmond anyway, and we'll use the house sometime later. I can carry it past Gurgi Volcano, so that'll work out fine. As long as I run my tents and cabins down to 0, I will be able to carry houses, and so I'm always carrying 1. I'll just be at 2, and buy less after the volcano trip. I can't believe we're still allowed to buy more heal potions. I mean, I guess we didn't have that many to start with, so we should be getting up to 99 here pretty soon. Either that or he's just taking them back, and we're just trading heal potions back and forth. I wouldn't put it past Dan to not recognize that scam. There we go, 99 heal potions. Almost beginning to dread that it was going to go on forever, but then eventually it did stop. Just like this run probably will. Probably. Let's go hit the end. We don't need any more spells here. Weapons and armor, not really important. Would I ever get the silver bracelet at Melmond? A little bit of gold for better evasion rate. I think with these levels, I don't have to worry about it too much. It's better to save up for the gold bracelets when we go to Gaia. Those are going to be really expensive. We cannot use any of the specialized mage gear, so white shirt and black shirt are out. We'll get the opal bracelet. We'll get the 3 gold bracelet, but then that leaves 2 more characters that need armor. Or I guess just 1 character. We'll get 1 gold bracelet, and that's a good upgrade over the silver armor. Are the bracelets better than the armor? It's 3 worse absorb, but 3.5% better evade, and it's cheaper. Do I actually go buy them? No, I'm going to go to my normal route after Ordeals to get the self potions. Do I get the fast? I mean, I might as well get the fast spell while I'm here. Actually, no. We are not going to get anything while we're here. There's no reason to do this. And all throughout these next 2 dungeons, Fast and Ice 2 do not help me. And we'll be able to get a better sense about who has got the superior hit point total coming through this. Right now, we've got Dan's ranging from 220 to 229 hit points. We'll weigh them on a variety of other statistical factors and see who is the best Dan of all. And that'll be the person that goes on to glorious things. Okay, I actually have no idea where I am in the encounter cycle, so this is all just kind of blind, but we should have better than average run chances. Considering we are about 5 levels higher than we normally would be. We're starting to approach the level where running actually becomes really consistent, which is very, very nice to have. It's one of the reasons why the old routes that used to do Peninsula Power had no problems at all with Earth Cave, even without really manipulating it, is because a little bit better armor and a couple levels to make running easier, and you just sail right through everything. Alright, so let's just pretend we finished up the Earth Mentals right there. Good Earth Mental trip, right? And it's time for Vampire. Even though we've got decent swords that could probably one-round the bulls, I don't think they're really worth the experience at level 13. So we're only going to take the mandatory encounters. Yeah, I can't believe Dan is so bad at running. We will get the Coral Sword because it's built into the step count, so I don't want to go into the floors at different parts of the encounter cycle compared to normal, but we don't technically need it. This will upgrade the Silver Knife, which is a pretty wimpy weapon, but since I'm not expecting to really attack with anybody, it's going to be all the way until we get to Gurgur Volcano before we probably swing our swords again. Hello, Bat. How are you doing? This is going to be like the weirdest Earth Cave trip ever. Just running from everything, not attacking at all. We will never use a weapon in here. Astounding. Well, I mean, if we could swing our swords at the bats, we would. To be fair, I would use a Fire 2, an Ice 2, a Nuke, maybe some Holy as well, if it would get rid of the bats. I'm seeing Dan fail quite a lot in running on these encounters. I was not expecting that. I think we're gonna have some problems with the images. I think we have 16 casts of Fire 2, and that might be enough to give the images quite a bad day. I mean, we'll find out. Here's our first battle right here, and 6 images, pretty good. Dan, though, close call. He's out of there. Alright, Vampire. Our game plan is Fire 2. Dan with Fire 2. One shots. Alright, we've got 15 remaining. We're going to try to conserve them. Wizards weren't bad. We've had worse wizards. You're hoping there'd be a Danpire? I mean, technically that would fit. It does have a short enough name to possibly be a Final Fantasy monster. But I imagine that you wouldn't get a lot of experience from it. Where are the doggies? They're on the way out. So we're going to get our first werewolf encounter here on the last battle of this floor. So after Image, that's where werewolves start. We'll also start getting some Gerwolf battles outside. Yeah, Image is getting a little bit of points, but probably going to have a subpar night. Alright, Dan poisoned. I think we can afford to use a pure here. We're not going to let Dan remain poisoned for very long. Oh, hello, Bat. On our way out. I guess we could do the Melmond trip, but we don't even need to go to the end. Like, our spell charges are good enough to do both Vampire and Lich in one go. Hey, Gil, welcome in. Yes, this is a special challenge. For Dan to prove his worth, he must go and solo the game, and he decided to bring some friends to cheat on the challenge, of course, because that's what Dan does. And so we've got 4 Dans setting off to great adventures. Let's go ahead and drop tent. We will stop in on Melmond. We might as well brighten up our days by seeing how bad it could have been if we lived in Melmond. Secretly each of Dan's limbs. That would be amazing if he was controlling 4 puppets. Just have one on each hand, one on each foot, and that's what we were watching here. It would certainly explain a lot of the inaccuracy if he was having to swing everything through puppets. Go ahead and skip this battle here and walk over to the west. So normally we'd be looking for level 9 about now. We got level 9 a while ago at Peninsula Power. Which is why we're just kind of ignoring all the monsters going through this stretch. And go ahead, tent. Tent here, burn 1 encounter. This is moving Gerwolves from this trip through Titan's Tunnel to the second trip. So they don't disappear. But because they're shifted around relative to where the battles are in the encounters from overworld to dungeons, Titan's Tunnel does count as a dungeon as opposed to being in the overworld, and so that moves everything stepwise a little bit over, and it's just enough steps gained to get through Earth Cave with the route that we've got. Dan goes ahead and picks up the rod. He doesn't know what to do with this thing. He just eats the plate with his teeth or something. I don't even know why we need to bother grabbing this item. And you know what? As a special occasion, because Dan can't help himself, we need to go check out the rumpus room. Look at all the rumpus going on in here. Pots, well, nothing in the pots. Rumpus room sucks. Never mind. We were misled. Dan was promised fabulous prizes and possibly a pony. And yet he gets nothing. Go ahead and grab the Gerwolf here. And you could actually get the Titans items if you had some way of opening up some more room in the step cycle. But they are fairly low grade. Like, the only good item there is probably the silver helmet. And it just saves you having to buy it for 2,500 gold if you've got a fighter in your party at Crescent Lake. For this party, it'd be completely useless to grab. Dan, of course, disdains anything made of silver. It causes an extreme allergic reaction. Yeah, no pony for Dan. It turned out to be a mad pony, and you can't keep those in the house. And we're back. All right, so I guess we'll still drop a 10 here, you know, just to be safe. I didn't say they weren't suffering from the silver items. They just have them on. It's excruciatingly painful. And now down for Lich. We've got a pretty good stretch here. There is really no difficult monsters going down. We manipulate away all of the cockatrices, wizards, and Spectregeist encounters. Of those three, cockatrice definitely the worst. I'd probably put Spectregeist second because of their very high chance of stun lock. Both of those monsters have 3 attacks per round, and they come in packs of generally around like 5 to 9 in this part of the game. So you're getting a very good opportunity to get many chances of stun off. And so, unless your back character is able to get a super lucky run in or has a fire too, Spectregeist are just like completely, absolutely on the avoid list. Wizards, though, you just really need to hit them for a little bit of damage. Hey, Silverfire, thank you much for the host there, and welcome in. I hope you're having a good time tonight, and I hope you also enjoyed some Final Fantasy yesterday as well. Dan, of course, a big fan of Mystic Quest. Uh-oh. We got images. Alright. No ambush by images. It's really the only thing you have to worry about is getting ambushed here at the start. That or Dan failing to run repeatedly. Or bats. Bats are also on the list of things to worry about. Nice, glad your one run pretty well. Last I checked, they were still on Final Fantasy X. Assuming at some point they're getting to 12 and 13. Alright, Dan got a little bit poisoned there, but he's okay. He'll shake it off. Alright, where's the bat? Okay, bat's not in a terrible spot. Assuming that we can get by that bottom bat, then the rest of the trip here through Earth Cave usually not a problem. There is one more bat that can cause you problems, which is the one directly in front of Lich. However, his corridor is like less than half as long as the vampire corridor, so you've got a much higher chance of him eventually wandering his way back out. I think we've had enough for trolls, so we are going to skip them. Trolls are actually a pretty good experience, even now. Not the greatest, but maybe worth a fire too. And yet, we cannot stop. Dan is in a hurry. Dan taking a lot of damage here, actually. We do have some heals, though. We got 99 heal potions and, I believe, 24 cure spells. So, we can probably keep up with the damage for a little while. Alright, Dan getting out of there. Don't want to mess around with that fight. The giants do a lot of damage, the werewolves do a lot of poisoning, and the grimps just look nice. I have no idea how they got into the formation. Maybe they won a popularity contest. Alright, fourth floor done. Third and fourth floors are the really tough ones in the Earth Cave. The fifth floor actually gives you a little bit of a break. Here in Lich's floor, there are some difficult encounters, but you don't have cockatrices anymore. You don't have the Spectre and Geists. And the encounters that replace them are more about just damage dealing. Like, the upcoming one is Troll plus Bull. Or the Ooze Arachnid fight. Those are ones that are not going to be, like, super dangerous in speedrunning terms, because you don't have to worry about paralysis. Alright, Lich. I think we'll have a pretty good Lich. To be honest, I'm not sure if he is prepared for what's about to happen to him. So here we go, Lich. Fire 2. Fire 2. Fire 2. And Fire 2. We'll look at the one round Lich. We got a good shot. Dan rolls 90, a little bit off pace. We need to do 100 average on these Fire 2s. There's a good one. 240. 319. So we need 81 on this last Fire 2. You can do it, Dan. By 4. We did just barely over the one round Lich. Good fight there. First of our 4 fiends has fallen. Dan doesn't like to brag too much. He knew he didn't need very many more points of damage to kill Lich, so he went just very subtly right in there. So with that, we are on to Ordeals. This is the longest setup in the game, and it lets me slip into the part of the encounter cycle which has, well, monsters that are weak to fire too. So we're going to get Whiz Mummies, Zombles, Zombie Ds. We'll get Nightmares as well, but we're just going to run from those instead of trying to fight them. Maybe we could have gotten the Ice 2s and fought some Nightmares a couple times, but they're only worth a half Agamite each. And so I think it's better to just wait until Gurgir Volcano at this point for really grinding. Okay, double skip right here. Alright, MDI, have a good night. Hope you do well on Fantasy Final Fantasy. You've got a lot of your dogs out of the way. There's still the Frost Wolves left to go, though. It's possible they could score some points. Very, very unlikely, but possible. Alright, and let's check our tent total here. We have 12. And I think we want to have 13, so we're going to buy 1 cabin. We'll get 3 pure potions. I don't think we need a ton, and we didn't use any heal potions, so we don't need to buy any of those. We need no armor. And we need no weapons. So we are actually done with Crescent Lake for quite a long time. We might come back here and get a 6-tier spell in the late game. The Red Mages will get a 6-tier spell slot at level 20 and level 21. Which I think will probably be around those levels for the late game. A normal speedrun around level 18 is where you end up. Been 19 in the more recent marathon routes due to how I shift the experience around. I think you probably, for Red Mages, are looking around like 23, 24. We'll see how their HP does, and that'll be how I kind of figure out what amount of grinding they need in the end. Hey, the Joker, welcome back. So far, the dance is going pretty good. I think we got good value out of Peninsula Power, so they pretty much haven't really had to work much during this stretch, and that's for the best, because a Red Mage is not a great character class to take through these tough dungeons that deal a lot of damage when you're having to conserve your spell charges. But with these extra levels, they can just blast away as much as they like, and makes it so it's a very smooth trip through. Head on down to Ordeals here. Nice. Even getting nice chances to strike first in some of these ocean encounters, speeding up the runs. Although with our levels, we're also running from things much more easily than normal. Yeah, they can also learn Ice 3, but that is a 7th tier spell. And you need to be level 26 to get those, which is probably not going to happen. I'm actually kind of curious about doing the older route here. I'm pretty sure this is Zombles. If it's not Zomble, it might hurt, and we'll have to try again. But I think I'll get Zomble Whiz Mummy with this. Yeah, there's our Zomble, so Fire 2. We've got a couple of Fire 2s, and I think this will be the easiest way to clear the dungeon out. Alright, I could spare the lives of these Whiz Mummies, but I thought about it, it's like, nah. They need to go. So we're gonna Fire 2 these guys as well. By the way, if you ever need to remember how to get through Ordeals, it's always the southern pillar in all of these little groupings. I guess there's one really subtle one, which is if you walk really far around from this set, there is actually one more pillar down around to the southwest, but nobody ever remembers that one. We have the Zomble before going up. Otherwise we have to do, I think, a Medusa battle. Are there any additional challenge elements besides it being 4 Red Mages that are all named Dan? I mean, that's a pretty big challenge right there. Like, what more of a challenge are you looking for? Maybe we could have done Ice on the Nightmare, but I think we'll leave the half Agamorph experience behind. Go ahead and grab our heal staff there, and get our last fight, which will be Whiz Mummy upstairs. We can use these items here, so the Ice Sword and Gold Bracelet are going to really help. We're going to get the Zeus Gauntlet down in the south. The other item there, I think it's like an Iron Gauntlet. It's something really, really worthless. And so you would never get in any route that I could imagine. Hey, Ice Spirits. Alright, Dan's trying not to die. I mean, even as over-leveled as we are compared to normal, Dan's still getting quite a beating from these mummies. We got bad turn order. Dan just went towards the end, and that did not turn out well for him. Alright, got him cleared out. Let's go and get our cash here. We do get one more house back, so I'll carry 2 houses past this point instead of my normal one. And who gets the Zeus Gauntlet? I think we're going to give it to Dan, probably. So that works out. We can also give the silver armor to Dan. Move gold up to Dan, and trade that down to Dan. Man, Dan needs a lot of healing here. Wasn't quite expecting to need that much overall, but luckily we've got plenty of cure spells to work with. So here we go. Zombles, zombie, or whiz mummies, and now zombie D fights. I could actually grind a little bit here on the zombie Ds, to be honest, with these fire 2s we have. They're kind of unevenly distributed though, so it might not be the best idea. That was pretty good. Hey, Greenleaf, welcome in. Alright, sometimes Dan can't help himself. We're doing extra zombie Ds. Okay, you're already done. You've got one left. You've got one left. So it was 2-1-1. Oh, Dan's paralyzed. That's why you don't do this. Dan paying for his hubris there. Dan's back up. What? He got the 1 in 4 chance to snap out of it. How lucky for Dan. Probably won't work out so well the next time. Yeah, you guys are just totally out of things. So we'll work on zombie Ds here, and hopefully Dan doesn't die. Dan's paralyzed again. Alright, I think we got him. Just barely we're gonna squeak through that fight. That's why you don't do extra zombie Ds. No, we don't need to bother with any healing here. We're fine. This will probably be a longer skip than normal. I hope the going in early does not mess up my trip over to Ice Cave. I just thought about the difference between the encounter rate inside versus outside the dungeon on the steps. We'll find out if it causes me a problem. The reason Ace and Cal have points is because Ace, Bill, and Cal are balanced according to how many people support them. So the other ones get bonus points, and Dan is not part of that system, so unlimited number of people can support Dan without causing any problems with the balance. But that is why you actually see them with points on the board. Okay, do I want to get... We're 153 experience away, except for Dan, who's got 312. I think I might just not bother with Fast and Ice 2 here until after Ice Cave. To be honest, I don't think it helps, and we are off on our steps, so this is going to break all of the routing to Ice Cave, sadly. We might be getting a whole bunch of caribou fights. Why is Dan excluded from that? Because by default, new teams support Dan, and it would cause him to have an enormous penalty if he was part of the balancing system. So normally I would be able to skip all of the encounters here around Ice Cave going in, but I think it's going to break my step routing because of the extra fight I took inside of Ordeals, but we'll see what we can set up. That one was still in the right place. Maybe it's not a problem. The Elfland one was definitely wrong. That was 2 squares off where it should have been. But so far these have all been correct. Let's try it here. Yeah, alright. Maybe it actually is lined up. go, double encounter skip, and so we're gonna get set for Ice Cave. This is gonna be actually a little bit tougher than normal. Not really for the eye, but the fact that after the eye we have nobody with the ice shield. And so we're not going to get any benefit from its paralysis resistance. Meaning that we might need some extra Fire 2s. Luckily, we do have a few Fire 2s to spare, and that's going to be really what we're going to rely on quite a lot through this dungeon. Unless it's a dangerous encounter that I don't have any other way of dealing with it. We're going to run first. Fire 2 is a second option, and then pray for Dan on the third option. Maybe sometimes we'll Zeus. You can see Dan taking much more damage than normal. With the way that this is set up, if you look at our armor here, we just don't have the same absorb that we kind of expect. I guess we could maybe get the swords passed around. We should be able to use ice already. Yep. Okay, so move silver up. Because Dan can hold all this stuff. So rune wear, silver, ice. Coral I think is a little bit better, but I like the purple look of the wear and the rune swords. So we're kind of just rocking those for a little while. Oh, 6 Wraith Ambush. This might require some Fire 2s. How far into the run are we? So basically, this is a little bit before class change, which is roughly the halfway point. But it's rather hard to predict, since what we're doing is very unlike a traditional speedrun. With the party that we have, we're easily able to clear some areas, and having really, really hard times with other areas. And it's going to be a lot different than a typical playthrough as a result. I think we'll use some cure spells here. We got a few. And I guess one more for Dan. He kind of needs it. Yeah, the Twitch beta is very much a beta. It is kind of rough right now, but you know, at some point that will be the only choice, and so it is important for people to give them feedback when things are broken. I've definitely tried to use it, I think 2 times now, and it maybe was like about 20 minutes or so before I gave up, but I at least gave it a try. Alright, there we go, we got away. That was a fairly nice pair of fights. However, here's Frost Giant Frostwolves. No Frostwolves, though. See if we can save some Fire 2s. It's not really like we can do a ton of damage with Fire 2. Well, we're not doing very much damage at all with our weapons. Maybe Fire 2 is the better play. I think Fire 2 will beat out the Rune Sword or the Wear Sword. Here we go, we got him. Let's do this together with the Flame Sword pickup. So we have another sword here we can grab. And that's now up to Ice, Flame, and Silver for decent swords. And we'll have our final decent sword in Gurgit Volcano when we get the Ice Sword there. So yeah, we'll just give Flame Sword to you. And get ready for this Trap Tile, which is generally very scary, but tonight we're gonna use some Fire 2s, and that'll be a very quick way of dealing with it. So this is entirely undead, and normally that means a big problem, but in this case, I think we'll be able to get away. Oh, didn't even need the Fire 2. Disappointing. Ice Armor sadly cannot be used by the Red Mages or Red Wizards. That can be used by the ninjas, though. So if you have a thief in your party, because you've made mistakes in your life, then Frost Armor, Flame Armor are two very good items that you should be thinking about. I kind of feel like the Red Wizard needs something armor-wise beyond just the standard Wizard bracelets. Because early game, he's so great. He's got, like, almost as good of a gear as the fighters, and he's got almost as good spells as the spellcasters. He's, frankly, pretty overpowered. But in the late game, his spells really drop off. He misses out on most of the late game spells, and his armor also drops off. So it's a very front-loaded character class in general. And I'd rather they kind of move some of the early spells in exchange for maybe late armor to kind of keep them balanced. That should be good enough for right now. Not a lot of raise, which is nice. We have one more Frost Giant Frost Wolf battle coming up, and we have not seen a single Frost Wolf, I think. It is a 33% chance on each of these battles that there are no Frost Wolves. Will we get 3 in a row? We get 3 in a row. Outstanding. Since experience is not really required, I would gladly get rid of the Frost Wolves and not see the Frost Breath at all. Man, another hard hit on Dan. I kind of feel like we need to put Dan in the front for the eye and see what happens. Another hit on Dan. Maybe I should have used the Fire 2 there. Still trying to save him up a little bit. There is 2 undead battles after the eye. That's kind of the worry. Do I bother grabbing the ice shield? I guess I can sell it for a decent amount of cash. Dan is a pretty expensive character to equip because of the spell costs. Each of those 5th tier spells that we're going to be getting are going to be 8,000 apiece. And 6th tier spells I think are 20,000. Think Dan's going to be fine? I guess. We won't bother healing. We'll just see how the eye fight goes. Which Dan is my favorite? I mean, I don't want to admit to favoritism here. They're all good Dans. Didn't even get Glance, which is great, because I didn't bother bringing soft potions. I should have bought the soft potions at Elfland. I have 1 soft potion I picked up earlier, which is really not enough for doing this stretch. Okay, so 9 monster ambush here on the trap tile. Pretty typical for how Dan rolls. Has this whole run been loaded with me commenting about how strange it is that Dan was targeting only when appropriate? There's some points for Image, though. Image kind of missed out in Earth Cave. And Image is my big monster, so I guess I shouldn't be so quick to get rid of him. One more. There you go. Dan getting the race down. So that's a fairly good amount of experience. We got 1 Agama there in the trap tile room. And we will have 1 more Wraith battle before the very end. That is the last fight in the Ice Cave. Come on, Dan. Don't get hit. There you go. It's important that Dan knows his limits and knows when to run from fights, which is most of the time, to be honest. Alright, 3 rays. I don't think we need to bother with this. 6 rays is like an Agama, so maybe we're talking about a half Agama that I might be leaving on the table. Which, we have some full Agamas coming up. Speaking of which, I don't actually know how easy it's going to be to fight Carrie. There could be some difficulties in that. I might want to grab the defense sword before doing Gurgu. Ice 2 for days. Carrie is actually resistant to ice. You would think that that was her weakness, but her weakness is status effects, which is why you can actually fear her into running away. She'll still have magic defense to resist it, but if she fails her magic defense check, then it'll always land, which makes it about a 40% chance of working. Dan and Dan there rowing the canoe. Everybody else being completely lazy and not helping out at all. Alright, and down to the south. Go and grab our last cabin right here. Well, our real last cabin is going to be saved for Gregory Volcano. Alright, here's the thing. Level 14 means we don't have warp, so I'd have to do the waterfall backwards and spend extra time on that, but having that ribbon and the defense sword would make Gregory Volcano go much faster. I'm kind of leaning towards doing that. How far away are we from 15? 4,400? Yeah, it'd be, there'll be a little bit of time to go and grab that. Maybe we can... What if we Peninsula powered up to 15? And then, do it that way, because we can land on Peninsula Power really fast to do trips to it again. Where do we want to go? Let's do class change first. Get that out of the way. Do we think I'm finished tonight? I think so. I don't see this as being longer than 7 hours. Do I do Bahamut first? I think we will. I think if I do it in this way. Bahamut first, grab the 20,000 to be able to afford pro rings. And help out with my spell shopping. And we'll see if we can actually afford all the gear. I would like to get 3 pro rings and a gold bracelet, which is 110,000. That's a lot of cash. Plus, like, 32,000 worth of spells right now. You love these hallways? Well, I love doing one thing in these hallways, which is getting attached. I mean, I've got really nothing else to do while walking up and down them, so there we go. I am now attached to this run. And our big burly red wizards leaving in triumph. I mean, they really don't look all that different. The Red Mage class is probably the least different between its two versions. Even the Knight, like, the Knight looks super muscly after doing class change compared to the little scrawny fighters, but the Red Mages, hard to really tell the difference, to be honest. This is 20,000 gold right here. This used to be a part of the marathon route a long time ago. Most of it is actually in the left-hand side, but there's a decent amount here on the right-hand side as well. The one I'm not grabbing is 160 gold, and I'm going to leave that as a tip for the dragon. It's important to tip your dragon whenever you are shopping here in Cardia. Alright, there's still an encounter. I thought I could get away with that. But no, Dan's now been poisoned by Ochos. Okay, 188,000 should be enough here. Especially if we sell a couple of pieces of items. Now, I am going to go for a 3-member party here at the end. I can't get the bottle. That's the one thing I don't have enough money for. So we don't need to have everybody outfitted. In fact, what do we even have gear-wise that can go? We got a couple swords that can go. Go ahead and hit the end here. That saves me house, which is 2,500 gold less. Ice Shield can go. Is that really it? I think so. Purring for Dan. Dan and Dan. We'll get a gold bracelet for Dan. That gives me 2 gold bracelets and silver armor right now. So I think it's gonna have to do for a little while. And let's work on weapons next. Coral Sword can go. Were Sword can go. Sadly, that was a beautiful sword when we had it. We've got Silver, Ice, and Flame, and we don't really need everybody attacking, so I guess... How fast is the Agama's going to be with 3 characters? I mean, we'll get an Ice Sword in Gurgu. We're going to see how long it takes me to kill an Agama, and that'll determine when we go and get Dan actually killed off. We'll need a couple of cabins here. Probably 6, I think is a good guess for it. We're maxed out heal potions. We didn't use any heal potions in any of the previous dungeons, so those are good. We're going to go ahead down to Peninsula Power, and I will walk on the Provoca one because it's actually easier to land down here. Okay, so Dan's got nothing. Okay, which Dan is the best? We'll find out which Dan's the best Dan after this. We're not quite ready to make that decision yet. We're doing Peninsula Power here to get level 15. This is the easiest way to get started going into Waterfall so I can have my warp charges. I should probably go for higher damage monsters than just a pair of zombies. We need to get probably 6 total kills if it's going to be at this rate. It's a little bit slower than what I want. Yeah, you guys need about 4,000 experience. So that's pushing a lot towards maxing things out. I think what we'll do is save a cabin right here. And, ooh, actually... Can we take... Maybe we can take 4 giants with 4 lit 2s. It's an interesting thought experiment to see if this is any good. I think this is only 1 Agama worth of experience, though. And so it may not actually be worth our time. Definitely not worth the spell use. Dan getting punched really hard in the face. Luckily, Dan does have the gold bracelet, which is a decent amount of armor. Right, we got 1 of them. I do have the Zeus Gauntlet, but I'm not really worried about spell charges here. The Zeus Gauntlet does the same thing as the lit 2s. A little bit faster to do the menu for the lit 2. Alright, there we go. So let's see how this 4 giant pack does. I think it is only 1 Agama, though. It's maybe an Agama and a quarter. A little bit better than I thought. Okay, so now you guys need about 3,000 more experience. That'll definitely help. So this is 1/3 of our remaining needs. Good Fire 2 roll. Now it's a bad Fire 2 roll. Dan, you got my hopes up, only to dash them. actually using all 4 fire 2s is kind of unexpected, but I guess that's how Dan rolls, on the low side. So 2,000 more experience to go, which is 2 of those 4 Zomble encounters, but that's only a 25% chance of seeing 4 Zombles. You're going to see more things like this, which is a smaller count of them. So we'll use 2 fire 2s on this one. This should be pretty easy to clean up with the remaining ones, but we'll still need about 1,500 experience after that. Dan, again, not getting the job done. I mean, he's got a lot of responsibility right now. I can understand if sometimes he messes up. As long as he tries his best, then I guess it's okay. Just skip the giants. Unless it's a 4-pack of those again, then it's really not worth doing. Alright, come on. 4 Zombles. Yeah, alright. Not enough Zombles here. Okay, so fire 2 on you. Fight, and we'll see if we can take him down a little bit more slowly. This will be more than 2/3 of an Agam, I think. And again, we're doing this little bit to get level 15 before Waterfall, so I have a Warp Charge. And I wanted to do Waterfall before Gurgur Volcano, so I could get the ribbon and the defense sword out of it. We could do this with a 4 Zomble encounter. Let's see what we get. We get junk. Alright. Well, I guess you're just going to punch him. Not much to it. We'll need one more fight after this, evidently. You can see how much slower response speed 7 is than 8. It just like has a little bit of a pause at the end where it doesn't quite suck the dialogue backs up as fast as response speed 8 would. Yeah, that's correct. We should be on our last cabin here, which is going to be done for the skipping in the entry to Gurgur. Alright, come on. Good Zombles. I'm just going to reset until we have enough Zombles to get the level. Which should be about a 55-60% chance of being adequate. That'll be fine. So you're out of everything. You've got Fire 2, you've got Fire 2, and then you've got Zeus, because we used up your spells in the previous one. I left it on response speed 7. I meant to change it when I reset. Interestingly, Dan's gotten that purple sword all over his hands. So now when he punches it has purple clouds of dust. Almost, Dan. You almost managed to do it. And then you failed. Alright, level 15 on everybody. Dan gets level 15. 262 hit points. Fairly good stats. 252 on our second Dan. 252 on our third Dan. And 254 on Dan number 4. Whew, boy. Let's see stat-wise how these guys look. So 19, 19, 18, 16, 16, and the highest HP. You've got better strength, but worse agility. You've got some pretty bad stats. And you're a little better. Alright. The Dan of Destiny has been selected. Have I ever done a run with the sample party from the game manual? One of our earlier challenges was the default party, but that's different than the one in the manual, I believe. I'll have to actually see what the manual party was. different from different screenshots. Yeah, I think I want to have... Do I want to leave Zeus on Dan? Or move it down to Dan? I think Dan can have Zeus for right now. I'll have to give it back later, but for right now, that's okay. Alright, so we got level 15. Dan has been selected. We're going to go ahead and do our remaining shopping. And part of the reason for doing the selection first is because I don't want to spend a bunch of money on spells for Dan if he's not going to be alive for much longer. Fighter Thief, White Mage, Black Mage. Have we done that combination? I want to say we actually had a random party that ended up with that that selection. I'll go back and have to look at the highlights, but I believe we have done that. Alright, so Dan needs Cure 2. We can get Cure 2 for Dan here, and then that's a pretty cheap investment for Gurgly Volcano. I just don't think he needs Fast and Ice 2 and Warp and all that. Like, what do we... How many charges of Warp do we need? Could we get away with less Warps overall? If so, how do I want to position this? Probably get Cure 3 first, and then Fire 3 maybe? We'll need a couple of soft potions here. We didn't buy soft potions earlier, so now we're just stocking up to match what it should have been. Yeah, the default on this title screen is Fighter Thief, Black Belt, Red Mage, which we've done. We've also done a couple of other parties with White Mage, Black Mage at the end. And I think those are the ones that are in the manual. If you look at the screenshots of the game, as well as the Nintendo Power Strategy Guide, there are a couple of parties using those. All right, let's make sure that we've got all the spells correct. So Fast and Ice 2, Fast and Ice 2, Fast and Ice 2. Do I get the remaining Dan at the tier spell slot? I think at the very end, maybe we can go back and stock them up on spells. Right now, I just want to save a little bit of cash so that we could potentially get like the bottle quest and all that done at the same time. Okay, we have done the inn, correct. We're going to use our cabin outside of Gurgu. So with this setup, I'm going to go ahead and get Cure 3 first. What if I kept the fourth Dan as a warp bot and let me use Cure 3 Life and Fire 3 on the other Dans? Or do I want to have somebody else that can warp? I want to have somebody else. Unless I petrify him prior to Temple of Fiends and then warp on that one post-Mazmune one. Oh, there's so many possibilities. I mean, definitely Cure 3 and Life are going to be in the spell list for everybody. That is going to be in the top group. And so now I was just thinking about what I want to put Warp on. Like, this guy could actually use Warp. And give me Fire 3 slots for some of the other Dans. But I bet towards the late game, I'm going to want to have more Warp charges than that. Just to make the walk through, like, Sky Castle work out. How valuable is Fire 3? Where could I potentially use it? Grinding on vampires, maybe? Upstairs in Temple of Fiends grind. Like, it's not in the standard route that's really helpful, so I can probably skip doing that. We'll have a warp spell on a real Dan, and maybe we'll get 2 Fire 3s later on. Okay, 22,000 gold coming out of the waterfall. Will we have enough for the bottle? I think we might be a little bit short. Just a little bit, though. Here we go. So we are going to try to avoid all the unrunnable encounters. We don't know where the encounters are going to be, because this is completely way off the step route. All I'm thinking is that we probably will not have any difficulty with Gasties. I'm still on response rate 8. Okay, taking a little bit of damage here. A little bit more than I expected. Maybe I will house up outside a waterfall so that Dan doesn't die. Especially the one with warp is pretty important to have through here. Actually, you know what? I think Cabin will do it. We don't actually need the rest of the spell charges back. Maybe we do. Maybe we're gonna get really beat up and need the rest of our spell charges here. There we go. Alright. Cabin. Response rate 8. Let's do Waterfall. And Waterfall, I don't imagine really aggressively going after the monsters here. We haven't done the Agama grind yet. Oh, nice. Whole bunches of Paralisks. Hopefully they don't squint Dan. So far they haven't figured out the trick. There is one Dan that is going to be vulnerable to squint. That is the one in the back that does not have the pro ring on. Alright, that's a decent amount of mummies. Fight, fire 2, fire 2? I guess we could triple fire 2 them and not have to worry about somebody getting put to sleep. There's so many options when you've got all of these red mages that you don't really think about the possibilities. Stop some cures on Dan. Was Mummy really the only battle you want to take? The Nightmare's not quite the same value. It's like they'll never be more than 1 Agama. Whereas the Wiz Mummies could be a 1.5 if you get a really good formation. Or even 2.5 if you get the one by the trap tile and it happens to be a full set of them. Excellent, Dan getting away. Question is, will Dan find Out of Bounds Bat? I think he's got a good chance. The Out of Bounds Bat settings have been quite good recently. Last night was a beautiful one. We actually double Out of Bounds Bat because we had to do Waterfall backwards with no warp spells. And that gave us 2 wonderful full Out of Bounds Bat settings. Oh, it's going to be around the corner here. Everybody look off to the south and tell me if you see one beautiful looking bat. There he is! Oh, an incredible out-of-bounds bat right there. Breathtaking. And, I think we can actually go and kill these guys. It's only 1.5 Agamas, but, not really doing anything else with these Fire 2s. 2 in a row with an excellent out-of-bounds bat setting. Nice Ninja with guitar. Glad Out of Bounds Bat could help with your weekend feeling better. Alright, I'll go grab the Wizard Staff for extra cash. That's 25,000 gold to sell. We're gonna get a cube, which is gonna mess up my inventory for Gurgir Volcano, I just realized. There's the defense sword. Dan's gonna warp out. So where is my heal potions now? I'm gonna get rid of my houses to fix up the fact that I've got a cube. There goes 6,000 bucks down the drain. Anything else that we might think interesting before Gurgu. We got defense. We got the ribbon. We have warp, but that doesn't really help us. I don't believe you can save any time by warping in Gurgu after grabbing the ice sword. Like, it's just not very many steps that is non-lava anyway. Continuing to stay in the river. Even though these are very dangerous monsters, more dangerous than the land encounters, the land has 2 relatively common unrunables, and there are none in the rivers. So you're saving the chance of running into an unrunnable battle. 54,000. We can actually get our bottle. Can we make it work the other way, maybe? So rather than having to throw away my houses, if I stuff my inventory full of other things, I'll move my heal potions 1 row down into the bottom left. So I can trade the bottle for the oxyale here. We can buy a cabin. Yeah, that might work. We might need a tent as well, but they don't sell tents here. We'll have to get those in probably Provoca. We'll fly pretty close to it. Let's see what we've got for weapons. I mean, I guess I can leave silver on Dan for right now. Might come in handy. Actually, I want to have heal staff in slot 1 just in case it's ever needed. Wizard staff can go though. And armor side. I guess we're going to put ribbon on Dan there. I feel kind of bad about having the Zeus Gauntlet on Dan when he's likely to die and waste all my utility from it. Alright, pretend like our inventory is like this. If we have a tent or a cabin, then we're good. Alright, so buy 2 cabins here. Actually buy 3 cabins so we can fix up our encounter after Gurgu Volcano when we go over to Sea Shrine. Copper bottle, which is in nowhere near the usual location it's supposed to be in. Drop around and we'll see if we did this correctly by looking at the inventory. If I've done this correctly, the heal potion should be in the bottom left-hand corner. Hey, Everglow. The wizard sprite is pretty weird. I gotta be honest, I like the Red Mage a little bit better, but it's also not that much difference. Like, of all of the different character types, this is probably the least change between its 2 forms. Alright, so we don't actually need tents, so we just go right to Gurgu. Make sure everybody's set up. You got weapons and armor. We got spells and we got a cabin. So for this trip into Gurgu, we're gonna get the back Dan killed off and just go with a 3-character party for pretty much the rest of the game. There's no way to have elemental resistances for 4 people, especially for red wizards who get no items that help you out with that beyond the ribbon and pro ring. So unlike a fighter, which could have the Aegis shield, the dragon mail, the opal gear, and so on, the red wizard's just out of luck. And I don't think it's worth dragging around that 4th character for this grind, especially when we'll be getting more experience for the Agamas if we only have 3. Across my favorite floor. It's entirely full of lava. It pains me when I see people walking around those little squares with the non-lava tiles. It's like you're getting 2 encounters on that floor for really no reason. Which one is the evil Dan? That still hasn't been decided. All we know is which one's going to be sacrificed. Evil Dan might be tricking us into keeping him alive for a little longer. The manual says to avoid lava. The manual is a big fat pack of lies if you have not figured that out from Final Fantasy so far. I would not trust anything that is in that manual. It probably tells you to get temper too, doesn't it? I guess I don't really need this encounter because it's just getting me a flame shield that I'm going to sell later on, but 10,000 bucks. She might be 7,500. In any case, cash for later. We need to eventually get probably a bunch more spells for Dan. If we get into the low 20s, level 20 and 21 are the first times that we get 6-tier spell charges. We have some options for those. I could think about Lit 3, I could think about Fog 2, or Invis 2 as kind of like my primary ones to kind of consider at that level. Exit I don't think is like a big deal for us. We have a lot of other travel spells available. Alright, let's do it! Dot level, thank you much for the host, and welcome in everybody to some Final Fantasy. Tonight we're doing a Final Fantasy challenge, where everybody is Dan. So we've got 4 Red Mages, now Red Wizards, and they're having a little bit of a struggle, but I think after we beat on Agamas for a little while, they'll be all set for the late game. We have done Waterfall, so we have slightly changed the order of the route up a little bit compared to a normal marathon run. Actually, I should be throwing, you don't even have Ice 2s. Never mind. Ice 1's probably not worth it. Can't wait for Dan to die and give Dan some more levels. It's hopefully going to come soon. So you can see here, Agama going right for Dan. Who would have imagined? Dan made it into his second Agama before dying, which is actually a pretty good time. Usually Dan is a lot more reluctant to die. And so now we're going to work on Agamas here. I think it's going to be probably 2 rounds per Agama, so this is going to be a little bit slower than normal getting through it, even with the defense sword. You can see the defense sword probably about 50% more damage than the ice sword is, and probably double damage what the flame sword would be for the Red Wizards right here. Even though the weapons are really good, they don't have enough base strength, and that's hurting them quite a bit. For the ice swords, they also don't have enough accuracy. I'm going to check what my accuracy total is. You need to have 64 for the 3rd attack per round, and right now they are at 60. So they probably need 2 levels to get the 3rd attack, which will really help them out. Hey, Dan, thanks for the good wishes. Dan appreciates it. Even with the slightly slower Agama kills, I think this is still a fairly good monster to grind on here. The alternatives are to try to rush all the way to Mirage and start doing the vampires and guards and chimeras. Those are not bad, actually, but I think this party is going to have a little bit of trouble with Sea Shrine and with Sky Castle unless we get a few more levels. We want to have plenty of warps and cure 3s and lives for recovery in those, especially life, which normally is not a spell I'm thinking about at this point in the game. With 3 characters. We are getting a little bit better credit for it, splitting the Agma experience 3 ways instead of 4. And considering that the last character really is going to be mostly a paperweight for a lot of the game, I feel like this is like a great time to cut him loose. Maybe you could have done it a little bit sooner. I imagine that you might have been able to get through Ice Cave and so on with only 3 characters, although challenging due to the fact that you don't have a way to resist paralysis. That was like the only reason I was kind of concerned about Ice Cave in general. Ready to go. Dan getting level 16. Dan didn't get level 16. Alright, and they need level 17 for 3 attacks per round on the Ice Sword, it looks like. So they're still working on it. Dan's trying really hard. It's not quite good enough yet, but someday Dan will be able to do it. There we go. Now Dan getting 16, joining the rest of his crew. 16 gives me 2 5th tier spell charges. If I give everybody warp and say we're not going to get fire 3 at all, then that would let me have life charges on everybody for Sky Castle, which could be good. Or I could do the unbalanced one, have 1 person with warp, 2 people with fire 3, and see if there's any way to get a better grind out of that. I still can't really think of really good fire 3 locations unless we do a very long grind in Temple of Fiends Revisited. Up on the 2nd floor, you'll run into these packs of frost giants and frost wolves, and fire 3 is really nice for it since it's got a much higher chance of killing the frost wolves. Fire 3, unless it rolls like its absolute 1 or 2 minimum possible scores, will kill a frost wolf, and it'll do a decent amount on the frost giants, unlike the fire 2. Dan probably doesn't need healing, even though it's a little bit more dangerous than the Agabas compared to normal. Dan needs healing. Never mind. We're not doing that. We're not messing around. So I guess maybe 130 is going to be my threshold instead of 105 with the extra attack per round needed. See how many more cure spells we have left. A couple cure spells on you. And your cure 2s are still available. Oh, we even have cure 3s, which, do I ever use those here? Or do I just save them for, like, the carry fight? Carry could be pretty tough here. We're going to fast everybody and then start attacking. Ice is not her weakness. It's a very common assumption that you would use ice on carry 1, but she's actually resistant to it. So I think we're going to have to sort her. And with the less damage that we're doing on the Red Mages here, as well as them being easier to kill with Carrie's physical attacks, we might have to do some scrambling in that battle. I think that's our first heat. Agab's been reluctant to bring that out. Heat's another thing that benefits from having fewer characters, because it does not animate on the 4th one and doesn't require as many heal potions to use up each time. On average, the heat's going to be basically costing me around 3 heal potions, and it goes down to like 2 and a quarter or so with the 4th character dead. I'll be so happy when we get level 17 and then Dan gets 3 attacks. That'll greatly speed these up. Not relying on having to do high rolls in the defense sword. In fact, how long are we from that point? 5 Agamas. Alright. We can do it. Especially we get a chance to strike first every single time. Just nothing but first strikes, and then we'll be golden. Sub 3 hour with 3 Red Mages I think would be a rather tough one. Who knows, maybe somebody will come up with some strats. Be able to work the miracles. How many Agamas am I thinking tonight? I would like to get to level 20 on the 3 mages. I don't know if I have enough heal potions to do that. And also patience. Depends on how fast the Agamas get after that 17. Like right now, it's a very plodding Agama at a time. And I want to see if that does change when we get the 3 attacks. I think it will. We're not that far off from killing them when we miss out on the 2-round Agama fights. So having that extra attack on 2 characters, I think should put us over the top. Also, I think this is our first time having to use heal potions in celebration of being almost done with Agamas. Go and heal everybody up to full. I just want to keep an eye on how our HP growth is going. So, if you've seen the normal runs, level 19, we don't have enough health to survive nuke guaranteed. And on top of that, we can't really go into Lich Fight with 3 characters because it'll just be like way too much damage overall. So we're going to see how these guys kind of level up here for health. Obviously, I want them in the mid 400s would be ideal, matching what the fighters would be. Because they will actually take more damage than normal. They're going to have worse armor. And so even if they were equal to the fighters' HP, it's going to be still more difficult than the fighters going through there. Hey, the Ultimo. Yes, there are 4 Dans. It is the 4 Dan challenge. And it's been pretty challenging so far. Right now we're working on the Gurgu Volcano grind to get up to what we think is going to be a high enough level for Temple of Fiends. I mean, I'm going to get probably 2 levels between Sea Shrine and Sky Castle. Maybe 3 if I include a Temple of Fiends grind at the start. And so I don't have to go like all the way up until I've got 450 hit points, but I do want to see how we're progressing and how close we can get to maybe having some 6-tier spell slots. I will basically let my heal potions kind of dictate how long we can stay here. Usually that's the limiting factor more than anything else. Good news is we don't need the flame armor, so there's no detour there on the 5th floor. We can go right to carry. And that means I can probably leave here with about 20 heal potions and be fine for the trip down. Hey, Nightmare James, welcome in. Hey, Rice Moon, how good is the Red Mage in the original version? They are probably the 2nd best character class in the game. I would say Fighter is the best. I mean, it really depends on what you're doing, because for speedruns, Black Belts are pretty bad, but for casual play, they are one of the best character classes overall. Red Mages are the most versatile, so they are one of the best character classes in the early game for speedrunning, one of the best character classes in the late game as well. And I think that kind of gives them an edge overall. I would say this is a fairly good one, but with Dan in the mix, you know, we've got a very difficult restriction on top of just being Red Mages. We also have to deal with the Dan factor, and that makes it a little bit more challenging than the standard Red Mage playthrough. What is the best character class for petting cats? I mean, I would say that if you had a high-level black belt, you could pet really frequently per round, and the cat might enjoy that, or it might kill the cat, and that would be really bad. Hey, Scav, welcome in. Welcome into Nevis as well. Recommended grind spot early game for black belt. I forget what we ended up doing for the 4 black belt challenge. I mean, certainly the really early game, you're talking about mostly sticking with the ogres and grogers prior to Marsh Cave, which does require some more levels because you're not going to have Lit 2 or Lit 1 for the wizard fight or for Astos. You can kind of get away with grinding on wizards once you see that you're doing enough damage to get past their armor, but it's a really tough setup for it. They're not good prior to Astos. After Astos, it kind of opens up a bit, because you'll have the silver bracelets at Melmond. And that'll keep them fairly decent in armor for a little while. Hall of Giants, I think we found was not good because it had a bunch of iguanas in it. What we ended up doing at Melmond was Earth Elementals. Those guys have no special attacks. Their single target physicals is pretty high, but you can basically drop a couple of heal potions on whoever they hit. And it takes like 2 to 3 rounds with the black belts at the levels that you'll be arriving into Earth Cave. And as your levels go up, the elementals get easier and easier. There's a trap tile in the northeast corner of the first floor, so really easy to access. Kind of the biggest pain was stocking up on supplies when they ran out. Like, you have to go all the way over to Canaria to buy more heal potions. What's my opinion on Pencil of Power? I actually used it tonight. Any character class with lots of Fire 2s and Harm 2s, but poor physical attacks, Peninsula of Power is your choice. That's going to be Black Mages, White Mages, even Red Mages do very well at Peninsula of Power overall. Red Mages are going to be a little bit slower getting their Fire 2 charges, but once you have them, they will level up pretty quickly there. Like, most of our levels up to 15 were Peninsula of Power, and it was only after we completed Ordeals in Ice Cave and Waterfall, actually, that we came here to Great Volcano. Without Waterfall, I wouldn't have had the defense sword, and so the Agamas would have been even slower. Even with it at level 15, it took a bit of coaxing to get these Agamas faster to kill. Like, right now, they're going super quick, so these are good Agamas. But at the start, it was 2 rounds per Agama, and they were doing quite a bit of damage to us. The 4th Dan is the most Dan of all. I mean, he's definitely in the Dan position of honor, but I think another big Dan factor is who leads Chaos. Like, somebody's got to be in charge of the party, and that is Dan's, like, prime role. Hopefully, if we all happen to perish, it's not going to be a chaos. That's like the worst spot. It's 30 minutes to get back there. And I'm not saving after Mazmoon, so I have to do the Fiend refights again with defense and Sunsword. And while that doesn't sound bad, it's way worse than Excalibur, and these red wizards are going to have a lot less strength and agility than a fighter would. So they're probably not going to have the same base attack with the defense and Sunsword as you'd expect in the fighter. And that means that Lich is going to be probably 4 rounds, maybe 3. Well, we could use fast in there. We can maybe speed up Lich with some fast, and that'll help out. Probably carry as well. Kraken's going to be a really tough one again. Kraken is always very hard, but especially on these challenge runs, he gives me more problems than anybody else. Last night on the no class change, Kraken 2 was what took out one of our characters, and so we had to do the rest of the dungeon with only 3 people. Oh man, these heats keep coming. It's actually, I think it's only the 2nd time we've had to do healing, so we should be on pretty good pace for heal potions still. It's definitely helped out getting level 17 for that 3rd attack with the Ice Sword. And that's like an example of how big a difference is between fighters and red wizards. A fighter would have a 3rd attack on the Ice Sword at level 11. So he's basically that much faster in his agility growth compared to what these red mages are getting. Dan continuing to get a good workout here. I think I said 130 was what I was going to look at for healing. Normally it's 105. But you definitely take a lot more punishment with the Red Mages as your main characters. There we go. Dan 19. Looks like around 320 hit points. Hopefully he'll get some more strong level ups in the near future. I mean, for carry, this is probably good enough. I'm kind of thinking about looking ahead towards the Sea Shrine, Sky Castle, and then the early parts of Temple of Fiends. If we can get a grind going in Temple of Fiends, that's much better than Agamas. You're going to get 2.5 Agamas worth of experience for a lot of the Temple of Fiends battles. So those are definitely preferable overall. But we want to make sure that we can make it to that point. And with Dan's in your party, it's never a sure thing on some of these. Let's go ahead and drop some heals. That should be good so far. Level 21 might be where I want to go. 21 will give me 2 6-tier spell charges when I come out, and I was debating earlier about what to get for 6-tier. We're probably not going to get 7th-tier. That is level 26 to get the first one. That seems a little bit too far away. Even with needing to do some grinding for Temple of Fiends to visit it, I don't imagine going past like 24, 25. Feels against the Dan spirit. I mean, we carried Dan all the way through to this point. He had 1 death on Groger, 2 deaths on Zombles, and other than that, no Dans were harmed up until the Agama got him. Actually, I can probably try carry at 20. That should be good for a fairly long stretch coming up. I'm at level 20, then I'll have 3 5th-tier spell charges, I think. 15, 16, 18. Yeah, I think the next one would be at 21. Which should be enough. Those are going to be Warp, Cure 3, Life. Cure 3 especially is going to help out in the boss fights. Except for Kraken, who can probably hit you right through your armor. And it doesn't matter if you've got Cure 3s or not, because you'll just be dead. We could probably get some Gersharks in Sea Shrine as well. Not going to be really necessary to get the single Gersharks, but any doubles will still be good. We'll have plenty of Ice 2s for water rentals. The Wizag, of course, will be there. That'll make me waste a Lit 2. Do we even do fast on Kraken? Or just go all Lit 2s? I think on average, Lit 2 might beat out a fast-it defense sword on a Red Wizard. It'd be really close. It does have a lot of armor rating. I believe Kraken's got 60 absorb. So every single hit, 60 is going to get subtracted off of it right at the beginning. And the Red Mages don't have a lot of base attack, so they would need to get fairly decent rolls to be able to break 100, which is roughly what your average is going to be for the Lit 2s. Yeah, I think I might just do solid Lit 2s on Kraken, assuming we've got enough spell charges at the bottom. Maybe that's what we'll do to Lit 3 on. We'll Lit 3 Kraken, just to show him off. I don't know if we want to showboat in front of Kraken. We could come back to haunt us later. Ooh, or we could do 3 Fog 2s. Start off the Kraken fight with that. That would reduce his hits by 192. At that point, you don't have nearly as much danger of a Kraken death, and so the remaining turns can just be all Lit 2s. That seems like a good one. Rather than doing a lit 3 at the start, starting off with a fog 2. That might help on Kraken 2 as well. Rather than ruse, go for fog 2. Alright, where's level 20? Should be coming up pretty soon. I'm always picking on Dan here. He barely did anything to deserve it. Alright. 2 more Agmas to go. And then we'll have level 20. We'll go on beat carry at that point. Get our 6 tier spells. And then do Sea Shrine. The other thing I was thinking about is whether I can grab the Pro Cape in Temple of... Or not Temple of Fiends, in Sky Castle. I'm already going to get the one in the Pro Cape in Temple of Fiends. But Sky Castle is another one. It's really far out of the way. And so it might be difficult getting there on time. I might do an improv route that could cause us to see Warmach. It is very, very sketchy, but I want to try it. There we go. Level 20 obtained. Everybody's at the desired target level. We're going to go try out carry here. We've got a bullfight on the way there, which is not really a big deal. But we will wait to heal up until after the bulls have been swiftly evaded. Only 3 of them. To match Dan, the Fallen Bull. And here we go. Alright, so carry, we're going to do fast, fast, fast. Just go all in for attacks. I don't see a reason to go and grab anything else along the way here. There's a Pro Cave in Sky Castle, yes. It is on the 4th or the 3rd floor, which is the one that has the ribbon or the window on it. Off to the right-hand side. Okay, Dan taking a lot of damage there. That's unfortunate, but hopefully we don't lose our defense sword here. Actually, maybe you can cure 3 your way out of this problem. I don't want anybody else wasting their turn. Fire 2 is going to hurt a lot, and that's, I guess, possible to withstand here. No, she punches somebody else. Never mind. Well, Carrie going all in on the punches is a good strategy for her, but she forgot to do the one critical thing, which is focus on a single Dan, and don't spread your attacks around. I kind of want to revive Dan, just to get his spell charges fixed up, but I think we'll do that later. For right now, it doesn't make sense. We'll leave everybody else in charge of the party. Hey, Shenlong, welcome in. We'll go ahead and restore our heal potion count. So I think we were at 58, so we're buying a little bit more than 40 heal potions right here. We'll also grab cabins and houses. Normally these would be at Gaia, but we've already done Gaia, so we're going to go straight to Sea Shrine. Dan's inexperienced at operating the airship, but he's our primary airship pilot. If you ever see the airship flying around, it's almost certainly Dan driving. Explains why we crash into the mountains a lot. What does Pro Cape do? It is 8 armor absorb in the shield slot. One of the 2 items that can go into a Red Mage shield slot. The other was the buckler here in Crescent Lake, but the buckler only gives you 2 absorb, so I don't really bother with it. 8 though is worth talking about. That is a fairly good amount when you're looking at the damage that like Kraken 2 or Carry 2 is going to do. Hey J0, welcome in. best equipment for a Red Mage. Opal Bracelet is going to be their best armor. Pro Cape is going to be their best shield. Ribbon's probably the best choice for the helmet because they don't have any other source of resistances. Pro Ring for their ring slot. Weapon-wise, you can use the Masmune. They can use the Defense and Sun Swords, which are pretty good. That's the third and fourth best swords in the game. So they're good on weapons. Sadly, they don't have a lot of accuracy, so they don't get multipliers as fast as the fighters do. That's probably the reason why it looks like they're going to suck with the weapons, but in reality, they're actually not bad. Go ahead, get rid of that flame shield. We might pick up a bunch of gear in Sea Shrine just to sell it later on. How's the challenge going tonight? It's going pretty good. I think we've got a solid group of Dans here. Gonna get rid of his chainmail. Doesn't really need that anymore. Silver Sword could also go. In fact, Flame Sword could go, because we've got 2 Ice Swords and a defense now. So now that Dan is dead, he's going to live on in spirit. Okay, so I think we want to get Fog 2 as our 6th tier spell choice. I could get Lit 3 here as well, but this is probably more useful in a lot of encounters. Maybe we'll get Lit 3 on top of it for Mirage Tower. We could use that to kill guards more quickly. Fog is armor, yes. So that's going to increase their armor rating by casting it. It's either that or you do Invis 2. And I kind of go back and forth. If you have the time to cast Ruse, then, Ruse, and Biz 2 is really great. Our party's not going to be able to do that because we need to focus on fighting a lot. And we're going to have only 3 people, so that's additionally tough on top of the limited number of actions we have per round. Okay, we did go and hit the inn. Of course, the encounter. Greg Pede is going to stand in our way. Well, we'll get some Greg Pede experience here before we go into Sea Shrine. Greg is worth more than 1 Agama, and is not too dangerous if you get a chance to strike first. Alright, so go ahead. Cabin right there. We're going to burn 4 encounters. It's going to be a standard Sea Shrine route through here. I'm going to get the Opal Armor still, I think. Do I get the Opal Armor or do I want to get the Mage Staff instead? Mage Staff might be better. Opal Armor is just worth cash, and I should have plenty of money by the end of this. For your characters, all the A spells do work. A Fire, A Lit, A Ice, and A Rub. It's only the monsters that those are broken on. Okay, what do we want? So, probably a couple houses here. Drop a couple cabins. Yeah, this should work out. Just thinking about whether I want to do any extra grinding in Mirage Tower. And probably the answer is not right now. We can go really overboard on cabins because there's going to be 1 item left over at Temple of Fiends, and usually it's cabin. It's easier for me to get rid of my remaining houses at the very end. That is definitely enough cabins for the entire rest of the night. We should be good on soft potions here. I did buy a couple at Elfland when we went there to get Cure 2s. We never need to worry about these spells. Level 7... it's level 26 for the 7th tier spells, so we're probably not going to even see it. But if we do, Ice 3 is at Gaia. That's the only way I could think about grabbing. I mean, you could get A Rub, maybe. But all 3 of us are going to have ribbons. so we don't have to worry about crack. Hey, Golden Penguin, welcome in. Dan successfully evading the sea snakes for the most part. Alright, so down to the south here. We'll do the mage staff on the way back. Light axe is useless. I mean, mage staff really... You don't need more fire 2 charges, but I guess you'll have additional cure 2s if you're grinding with the mage staff instead of with using your fire 2s directly. 3 ice 2s coming your way, Waters. We're not messing around with these guys, especially with a 3-pack of them. We don't really have a lot of physical damage, so it's kind of up to the spells to get through this dungeon. Alright. We'll try the physicals. Do your swords work at all? That's not bad. Defense sword's good. Ice sword probably is not going to be too special. We'll have Sun Sword after this dungeon, so we can't quite take advantage of that yet. Go ahead and grab some more cash here. I think we're getting good on money. It's just like a hedge in case we happen to buy more spells. Will I go pick up the Mazmune? Yes. We definitely want to get the Mazmune for Chaos and for Tiamat too. Which Dan will have it? I mean, I think I'm just going to give a random Dan a chance to use the Mazmune. We might draw straws. We could use the Wheel of Destiny to pick it out. There's lots of ways that the Mazmune could be split up. We're grabbing the fighter gear here to sell for cash. Just kind of a thought that we might need it later. There's our slab. And you're going to get gold passed down. Silver we can save for later. That's a later. That's a later. Yeah, looks good. Alright. I didn't buy more warps, but I have 3 here, so I should have bought warp for the other Dans. I kept going back and forth whether I was going to get warp or fire 3, and I'm not really seeing a great use for fire 3, other than maybe grinding in Temple of Fiends. There's our mage staff. We don't need this Gersh Shark. Oh, this is going to be early. I'm actually taking less steps in Sea Shrine than I normally do. And that's going to throw off the Gersh Shark encounters. Yep. Did not want this Naga. Luckily Dan runs. I should heal up because we might have more dangerous fights than normal. I guess it's not bad having mostly runs from this place. You don't really need experience if you're level 20 here. You can wait to get to Mirage Tower or to Temple of Fiends for it. Dan rating is really strange. I agree with that. Dan is normally not a good runner. But tonight he's been very good. Well, no, he hasn't. He's been okay. He's been average. Ooh, lobster on the Dan. Poisonous lobsters. Dan's... well, one of many weaknesses that Dan has. Again, this is going to be different from my normal encounters here, so we might see some bad fights, but hopefully not too many. Double Gershak, we'll take that. Lit 2? Who's got Zeus? Somebody's got to have the Zeus Gauntlet. You got Zeus Gauntlet, alright. We'll save 1 Lit 2 from that. Somebody's cashing in on the lobster points. I knew somebody must have had those things. It's the only explanation for how they can be so pervasive in this dungeon. Alright, so I guess Zeus and fight maybe? Is that my best option? Everything else has been split targets, so I think we just need to have one fight on each of the sharks. Oh yeah, 306, that's a pretty good hit. Was not expecting Dan to do that well with an ice sword. To be perfectly honest, I was expecting him to be kind of bad. Continuing to take all the safe squares, even though I know that I am way ahead on steps. We'll grab the money here. This is actually not costing me any steps. This one will cost me 1 step to the right of the ribbon. And we'll kill a Ghost Shark. We're going to test out these ice swords to see if that was a fluke or not. I was not expecting it to do 300. Yeah, 150. That's more in line. 74, even better. That is definitely what I was expecting. This level of futility is the reason why I was not going to go after Ghost Sharks unless I had to play Lit 2s. Alright, so that ribbon's going to go on to Dan. So this should be swapped around. So you've got Zeus in slot 1. Probably Mage Staff on you, actually. Like that. Over the west here, we're finally down on the Kraken's floor. And the plan for the Kraken battle is round 1, everybody fog 2s. After that, I think Lit 2 is my best choice, better than trying to fast ourselves and physically attack. Interesting. Water Metals might appear a second time on this floor. We failed to kill both of them. Good job, Dans. This is the night, though. This is the night for Lit 2, Ice 2, Fire 2, any kind of a spell. We have plenty of charges. Alright, Lobster Sea Snake. So this should be a pile of lobsters coming up. I vaguely remember how this section of the Sea Shrine went, being encounters earlier than normal. And the reason I don't know if there's another water elemental coming up is because I think it's like 2 battles from now when it would be eligible show, and we might be done with the dungeon by then. Are the Dans all related? No, they are completely unrelated. It's a total coincidence that it is everybody named Dan in the party. Alright, who's got the Zeus? You've got the Zeus, so you can use your Cure 2s. Alright, here we go. Kraken time. Fog 2, Fog 2, Fog 2. Get the Fog 2 off. Dan's full name is Dangerous. Nice. So Kraken decided to make some mistakes there. We can finally withstand his blows. I think we'll be fine if that is what his attacks are going to look like. Might be bad if it gets crits, but you know, there's really nothing you can do about that. And so we're just going to Lit 2 him to death. He's got 800 hit points. On average, he should be doing about 100 damage per Lit 2. So probably a 3-round battle. 2 more rounds after this now. We actually had a really good first round there. Did we? No, I think we just almost hit dead on 300. Punch Kraken. No, we don't have the punching skills. Dan is not a master of the punching. You're confusing him with his black belt friend. Alright, that's a good Kraken. Exactly 8 attacks, too. So we did dead on average for the lit 2s. Yeah, we'll just go and get the inn at Melmond for our spell recovery. Nachos! Guys filled up on lobster beforehand. They're probably not interested in nachos right now. Caribou, that's some good meat on those things. Although these caribou look a little bit scrawny. I think we should leave them to fatten up for another couple of months. You want to see Dan punch out chaos? I have a video which might have a better chance of that having taken place. I don't think Dan got the punch in, but Dan certainly got a lot of punching over the course of that night. Alright, now do I want to get other people with Warp? Or do I want to buy them Fire 3 instead? I think Fire 3 is the more valuable spell at this point. 3 charges the Warp. Pretty much takes care of everywhere I want to go. So you're gonna get Fire 3. You're gonna get Fire 3. So we're done with the tier spells now. Oh, look at this jerk blocking up the bridge. Not letting people see Dr. Un. Dr. Un is the treasure of Melmond. Really the only thing of value in this town. Even the dirt has no value. It's got heavy metal contamination. Alright, and then flying over here, we still have no idea where we are in the encounter cycle, which should make things fun for the trip down to Lufania and back. We will hopefully not see any Rankelos or Sandworms. Those are the 2 monsters that would be bad. Hopefully we see lots of Tyros and other delicious things. Alright, nothing on the first desert path. Tyros! Excellent. Let's have lunch. Lunch maybe Dan. We can still kill a Tyro in 1 round. That's good. I was not confident that would actually work out. Sure, thank you much for the host there. Hope you had a good stream prior to this, and I guess a good morning for you, or a good afternoon. Where is Dan's hometown? An excellent question. Dan was found in a tent. One of the many thousands of tents that litter the countryside. For people just coming in, we are doing a Final Fantasy challenge today, which is everybody is Dan. So 4 red wizards named Dan is what our party consists of. We've beaten 3 of the 4 fiends. We're going to work on Sky Castle next, and hopefully figure out exactly what we need to do for Temple of Fiends. That's going to be a really tough one, finishing this off. Somebody's got to have warp. There we go. And got our chime. Dan cannot learn level 8 spells, so not even worth bothering going over there. Even 7th tier spells, we're not going to get until level 26, so probably not going to happen. I'm thinking that we can finish this around level 24, 25. Currently, we're level 20 or so it may take some grinding at Temple of Fiends to do that. Another Tyro. We are getting all the delicious snack food tonight. Again, biting Dan, though. This just adds more flavor to the Tyro, if it's pre-seasoned with Dan. Again, no sandworms, please. Also, no Rankelos. Regular Ankylos, but an ambush. That's not good. Dan does not like Ankylos. He was terrorized by an Ankylo as a child. Now, normally, I'd be doing a route through here, which guaranteed no Warmechs, but I needed a Pro Cape, and not quite sure the best way to work this in, so we're going to improv this. Could be fun. Also, that's a sign that you should probably hang on to your butts. So we don't need Aegis Shield, we don't need Heal Helmet. I don't think we need Heal Helmet. We can get Heal Helmet really fast on the way back out. You've got Zeus. Guess you're gonna Lit 2 and Lit 2. We're not gonna mess around with the guards. They do have paralysis, so they will start knocking Dan out of the battle, and that'll be unpleasant. Tyro stuffed with agama meat. Oh man, that sounds delicious. Much tastier and juicier than these vampires we're about to fight. Our 3 vampires here. Mage Staff is the best option. We will throw 1 Fire 2 by hand. We of course did so much damage with the Fire 2 that we don't need the Mage Staff now. Normally it's only 1.5 Agamas, but with 3 characters, that's actually 2 Agamas. Giving us bonus experience and making these battles more worthwhile. Oh, that's a lovely amount of guards. Unfortunately, we're piling through our spells really quickly. Hopefully we don't need any Cure 2s upstairs. I think we'll... Ooh, do we do Soldier? Soldier has a lot more attack power and a lot more defense. Defense probably doesn't matter here with all of our lightning attacks. We might not have a good way of really deploying them. Nice, level 21. Not a strong level up, though. Keep an eye on our HP total. That is going to be a really critical factor for how likely it is that we can survive Lich's nuke spell. Catman of Catmandu will also probably get the Cerebi, or the Cerebuses, as this game spells it. The Cerebuses are not really worth doing because it sucks up an ice spell that's better used on Nightmare Evil Man. Alright, finally getting out of there. Still have 99 heal potions, that's good. We would like to get Thor Hammer. And we'll get Sun Sword while we're here. Oh, I shouldn't have gone all the way down. Oh well. That was less efficient than doing across. So now Sun Sword upgrade is going to give a second person a good attack. What order do I want these guys in? I guess Sun Sword in the back is the best one. Dan can hold on to the Ice Sword for now. Do I pair up Thor in defense? Yeah, I think so. So defense, Ice, Sun, and then respectively Thor, Mage, Zeus. There's Cerebus. There's the Scorch also. We only have 2 people resistant to fire, ice, and lightning. So one of the Dans is going to get hit really hard on the Blue D fight. I should probably make that the person that does not have the 2 good swords. Two vampires not worth doing. We'll probably... Do we get Wyvern Worm here? We might get Wyvern Worm before going upstairs. Yep, there it is. I think if I had done that correctly downstairs, I would have gotten that fight put off a little bit. Alright, Blue D. Everybody at full. So defense and sun. So middle person does not have ribbon, that's correct. Alright. Fight. Fast and fight. I think I wanted fast on the sun sword. And we actually got a good turn order there. Come on, no thunder. Bites Dan. Oh, that's the person that's going to take more damage from thunder as well. Excellent. Thunderless Blue D. Just what we wanted. Alright, upstairs. We're going to grab the Bane Sword. I think the Bane Sword's a pretty good strat here with 3 Red Mages versus Tiamat. And normally I would warp here, but instead... Probably want Bane Sword on... I guess on you. Instead of warping, we're going to intentionally take a lot more steps. And I'm trying to shift around some more mechs, which will hopefully cooperate with this. Ice 2 fight Ice 2. I don't have as much damage as normal on the Evil Man. Just realized that it could get really scary here in a second if this Ice 2 doesn't kill him. It's about to get really scary, I think. Alright, still enough damage. I should attack Evil Man with Sun Sword, probably. Or even just do 2 attacks and 1 Ice 2. And make it so there is way less of a chance of this going horribly wrong. Do I grab the other heal helmet? I still think heal helmets are going to be great in Temple of Fiends. I think we'll have better options for healing overall with how many Cure 1s and Cure 2s we have. Despite probably needing a lot more heal potions in the walk down with our lesser armor. Go up here and grab the ribbon for Dan. So I think what I'm going to do, 2 fights and an Ice 2. We're not going to mess around with Evil Man. He is too dangerous to potentially overlook. Nightmare is pretty hard to hit. They are one of the most agile monsters in the game. This is also why you don't really take them on in ordeals. It seems like, oh, you know, 1 Nightmare, how bad could it be? It's pretty bad, unless you have ice spells to shoot at them. Like, you get lucky with a fighter, and score hits every once in a while. But it's a really, really tough fight. Especially if there's 2 of them. Alright, so fight. Another Ice 2. Fight. That was a good one. I believe it is Badmen next, a rarely seen encounter on this floor. Grab the Opal Shield to sell with the Knight-only piece of gear. Okay, so ribbon on you. Opal down to Dan for holding. We'll get the... Do we have enough room for this? No, we're gonna have to throw away the silver armor. That doesn't matter, that's 3,750 gold. Probably don't even need to sell all this Opal gear anyway. Gurnaga Air. Best approach, I think, is just to go spells. Seems kind of slow, though. Oh yeah, we don't have Badman. That's downstairs. I was thinking on the wrong floor. Yeah, this one might not be worth doing with how slow it's going to be. Mage, attack. We've got our better swords attacking, Sun Sword and Defense Sword. Defense Sword's got a little bit more accuracy, Sun Sword's got a little bit more attack power. What is the Mr. Bones speedrun? I've thought about doing Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones is a really weird Sega Saturn game. I did look at it, and you want to play on the Japanese version because it's actually easier to speedrun. Although I don't know if the bosses are any different. I know that the regular levels are easier on Japanese. Go ahead and drop all of our cure spells in here. We got Gurmadusa next, but we don't really fear them. They have no ability to petrify us with 3 ribbons. Unless they get the 3 and 256. Who made it? I actually have no idea what company made Mr. Bones. Like, I don't even know why they made a Japanese version. It's about a skeleton defeating vampires with the power of rock and roll. And it's an action platformer for the Sega Saturn, which is, you know, already right there. There is no real coherent concept. Do I want to grab the fire hydrants? I think I do. I think that's better than trying to wait this out. You helped QA at the Alto. Nice. Did you do a good job? Because if I speedrun it, then we're going to find out if you did a good job QAing or not. Here's the fire hydrants. I have one more battle I can take on this floor, and then it's Mancats Medusas, who I'd really like to avoid. The Mancats are not too bad at this point for the Fire 2s. A lot of problems. Excellent. That's what you want to hear for a speedrun. I want you with Zeus or Black. Also, I can't have... I don't really need the white shirt right now. So Pro Cape it is. White shirt is more for things like Kraken. Guard Sentry here, we do want to delay for. We'll see when Guard Sentry happens. And I could warp out if we don't... Yeah, we're not going to make it back to the staircase. Not going to try this one. So burn off Mancat Medusa here, which is another Guard Sentry fight. Not a great matchup for this party. The fighters do much better. Wait, the eye? What? Oh, that's right. I went down instead of up. Never mind. Of course. Yeah, the eye is the correct one. Look at Chimera, Nightmare Evil. Okay, this is a pretty good series. When do I want to go upstairs? Not for a while. Yeah, this is a nice little bit to hang out on this floor for a little while. Good experience, and we are we're trying to figure out a route through here so we don't fight any Warmechs. It's going to be kind of important to not see Warmech tonight. Hey, Secret Final Boss, welcome in. That's right, not just an all Red Mage party, but an all Dan party, adding to the difficulty. Okay, so we got the Nightmare Evil Man here. Fight Black Shirt. Don't have to use your fast charges anymore. And this gives us 5 battles to get up to the end of 4th floor, which should be fine. Alright, upstairs here. If we get a battle, it's going to be Whizvamp, which is not bad. Whizvamp's pretty easy to deal with this party. In fact, let's force Whizvamp. Because I'm pretty sure I could do this next floor on 4 encounters. Alright, that's a lot of whiz vamps. Maybe you should not have forced it without some healing. Mage Staff and Fire 2 there. A Fire luckily does not work for monsters, so it misses the monster that cast it. You can tell that was the top vampire that cast it. And then also, it doesn't update their stats. It works fine for your party, but for monsters it's completely broken. And Dan gets punched in the face. Alright, so fight, mage, fight, probably the best way to finish this off. We're really close on these other two whiz vamps. They've got a lot of health, but each of these guys is like an aggro worth of experience. So this was a really great battle right there. 3 is the maximum. So it's like we just killed 3 Agamas in one shot. Do I need to take any battles upstairs? I don't think so. We can use our Cure 2s for healing. Dan versus Wormek. Not a fight that you want to be on the Dan side of. Nice. Alright, see you later, Air Elementals. We have to do a couple of battles to delay here. 3 battles from now is when Wormek is upstairs. We'll do this battle on this floor, though, to be extra daring. Wormek is in 2 battles. The reason I took it upstairs is because it had Air Elementals, which is a slightly easier encounter than the one that was planned for down here. This one should be air as well. Upstairs would be fire hydrants. This one's Wormek, so we're going to be a little bit further away from the teleporter than strictly required. There we go, Gurnaga Air again. This was a fairly slow fight. I don't think we need to grab the experience from it. And I believe we have like 7 battles to get to the top, so we should be good. Should. This encounter rate is the highest in the entire game. So you could get very, very frequent encounters here, but I don't think you're ever going to get 7. We're halfway there, we've had 3, so we're kind of concerned about the average that's happened to this point. There's 4. Oh, my mistake, there's 8 battles before, oh, it's not even Wormek, it's Sorcerer Mudgull on this floor at the 9th one, so can't even get hyped up about it. Alright, Tiamat. Everybody's healed to full. We got the Bane Sword on somebody. We got some armor. Everybody's got ribbons. Let's do it. So, Dan versus Dan versus Dan. Swords versus spells. Who is going to be the killer of Tiamat here? My money's on Dan. Dan used the Bane Sword? Poison Smoke! Dan knows how to use the Bane Sword. We should just give the Bane Sword to Dan all the time. I don't even know why Cal bothers. Alright, so Temple of Fiends. We're not ready for it by a long shot. So we're going to need to do some grinding. Gonna figure out a plan here for how I wanted to do it. But this is a great time for me to take a break. So I'm going to go park right outside of Temple of Fiends. We'll get... actually, we already have all our heal potions maxed out. And we're going to look for probably around level 25 or so for doing our trip down. I think it shouldn't be that long, because Temple Fiends does have a really good experience overall. And this party is actually pretty good at using spells, which is how most of Temple of Fiends fights go down. So let's go get everything set up, and I will take a quick break. Be back in 2 minutes. Quick thing for all of this streaming. Oh yeah, that's nice and cold as well. So, Temple of Fiends, let us set this up. The first couple of battles in Temple of Fiends pretty much going to be Frost Dragons, who really suck, so we're going to skip those 3. And let's look at our equipment setup here. Probably want to have our usable items in the front. So we've got 1 thunder item, 1 ice item, 1 fire item, another thunder item. And healing is probably not going to really help us. Bane doesn't really help us. I think we're just going to have to work with this and try to rotate those a little bit to get our spells to pretty much evenly be used up throughout here. Unlike normal, I'm going to be walking around between the different floors, because I want to keep these stretches to be as long as possible between every trip out. Chimera's ice is their weakness. Just work on some of these ice 2s here. The black shirt lets me use ice 2 unlimited times, and that's the only reason I picked it up. The white shirt, I'm not even sure I'm going to use that. Fog 2 is probably a better play on Kraken, to be honest. Actually, we might do white shirt and 2 fog 2s. And it's hard to tell. Kraken 2 is going to be a thing. Chimera biting Dan. What did Dan do to deserve that? Very little, I am sure. That is a good amount of experience here. So we have about 15,000 for the level. Do I want purple worms or do I want zombie Ds? I think I actually want purple worms. Despite having less attack power, we still do have the defense and sun swords. So if we can kill a purple worm in 1 round, then I think these are better than the zombie D fights. Oh yeah, that's pretty easy. As long as we get good rolls here. So each purple worm is roughly 2 Agamas, and that makes it really add up in terms of XP. I can take another purple worm fight here. I'm hanging out by the stairs because after my normal sequence, you usually see me go Chimera, purple worm, Chimera. And then I warp out because it's lots of Frosties. But upstairs, there are other battles corresponding to the Frosty fights. You can either get Chimera Chimera or you can get Frost Giant Frost Wolf. Chimera Chimera is great. Just use more Ice 2 spells. Chimera is a little bit scary. Does have some pretty nasty skills after their cremate attack. Ice 2, black shirt, Ice 2. This will probably drain my ices really fast. But yeah, down on this floor, 4 Frosties in a row. And that's pretty unpleasant. Upstairs, though, you have 3 Chimera Chimeras and then 1 Frost Giant Frost Wolf in the middle. Dan is hitting things, but it's mostly an accident. Just point him in the right direction, and he'll swing his sword eventually contact. It's like a piñata. You might have blindfolded him, but just point him over there, and maybe some magic will happen. I don't think we want to fight Ghasty, so we're going to stay on this floor and not go up again. There's full complement. So it's 1 to 2 each of the Chimera and the Chimera. Which means you might get only half this amount of monsters, and so it would be probably not worth doing all the Ice 2s. We got all 4. You know, Ice 2 away. Am I going to Petrify Dan for Lich? Possibly. I don't think we want to take 3 nukes. I mean, yeah, I don't think we want to take 3 nukes. If we have enough damage with the Sun Sword and Defense Swords, then we can go for that on the Lich battle. I don't want Dan to die here. Come on, Black Shirt, give me a good roll. Bites Dan, but not for enough damage. Yeah, those definitely hurt a lot. But really good experience. Those are worth a lot more than the regular Chimeras. I will use up heal potions here, so we're going to probably buy another stack of 99. I want to save my spell charges for Fire 2 and Lit 2 in most cases. You have Fire 2 to work with. Oh, I can use Lit 3s as well. Who would that be helpful on? Not sure if anybody needs Lit 3s, to be honest. You guys have got Fire 3s. Actually, we don't really need a ton of these. There is not many opportunities to actually use fire. Ice is probably going to be the most in-demand element. Beautiful purple Fire 3 there, rarely seen on this stream. 298 on Frostwolf, that's so nice. And we still didn't kill the Frost Giants. Man, they have a lot of health. Well, they probably are pretty close. We do have a Fire 2 with the Mage Staff. The swords will be plenty at this point. We have enough attack power to really get through their defense. And with that, I bet I don't really need to conserve my 3rd tier spell charges. So we can use those for cures after all. Only 2, but they got a chance to strike first. And so they could have some pretty nasty moves coming up. There's the poison. That's the nasty move, but we do have ribbons on everybody. I guess it's not that bad with everybody having resistances. The black shirt's doing red ice. That is not correct. Okay, there's 23. You level up so fast here, but unfortunately the Red Mage is not getting a strong level up at these levels. So their HP has not gone up tremendously since level 20, I believe, is when they first broke over 300. No, might have been before that. I think they've been over 300 actually for longer than that. And then 20 might have been when they got 320. I should set up the last Dan. I think I want to get him petrified at Ice Cave with all of his spell charges there. Just like an emergency break out this Dan in case of problems. I mean, at the very least, we could throw him at Chaos and see what happens. Or Kraken 2. Kraken 2 might actually be a really good one. Have that Dan out there. Maybe he gets a spell off. Maybe he just is a meat shield. And see if we can make that battle easier. That's right, in cases of emergencies, Dan is usually going to be broken on the floor. Do I want Chimeras or another Chimera Chimera chance? I think I want Chimera Chimera chance. Chimera has a pretty good worst case. 3 Chimeras is better than I think 1 Chimera plus 1 Chimera. Or at least really close to it. But if you get both Chimeras, then that is so much more experience you're going to have in the other formation. There we go. Alright, so we can probably double Ice 2 here, maybe? Let's have you attack. I mean, you're definitely going to black shirt. You know what? Let's just go Ice 2s. Ice 2 down the board. Is Break a Petrify spell in other Final Fantasy games? It's also a Petrify spell in this Final Fantasy, but it's spelled Brack. They were kind of running out of letters. Good, alright. Didn't die. That was the key part of that. And decent amount of experience from the fight. Let's go and drop some more Cure 2s. We might be starting to run low on curing in general, which means that we are almost done with this trip. Yeah, we got 2 Cure 2s left. We got Purple Worms here. Maybe we get to take the Chimera Chimera upstairs. We probably can't do the sequence of Purple Worms after this. This is actually a fairly good amount of XP. If you know how to bounce back and forth between the floors, this is the most efficient way you can get levels. Get 1 worm down. You also got pretty good luck with a lot of formations, generally tending towards the high side for their rolls. Just a Chimera and Chimera pair, so we're gonna actually no reason not to use Blast Ice 2s up here because we have no more Chimeras in the near future. If anything, we're just gonna have Purple Worms. I mean, I could do Zombie Ds, but I feel like those are more of a risk overall. And I also think that they have, on average, a lower total experience for their battles. Alright, good. Nobody dead. How close are we to our levels? 6,500 experience. Which we cannot get from 2 Purple Worm fights. So we at least have to do this for the setup. I'm trying to gauge about whether we should try it at level 24. We'll have a decent amount of spell charges. Our damage isn't really going to be up to par. But if we get a strong level up here, it might be a good opportunity to try it out. We're really just waiting for that strong level up to make it much more likely that we survive nuke. I really dislike going into the Lich battle with like less than 360 hit points. Even that's kind of a gamble. We've seen plenty of nukes that have gone over that. I mean, we could also just really try for like a nukeless Lich or something crazy, but that is a lot of resets compared to the alternatives. All right, so go ahead and Cure 3 onto you guys. Oh, not life. Cure 3. There we go. Take our last Purple Worm battle here before warping out. Hey, Delphi Knight, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes. Right now, we're just getting ready for trying Temple of Fiends. We're at 23 right now for our level. I want to be 24. And we'll see what happens at that point, whether Temple of Fiends goes smoothly or not. Yeah, 2,000. We'll see pretty quickly into this next trip whether or not we're going to get strong level ups on this one. 24 seems familiar for a Red Mage level. I can do it this way. The very end, I do need to throw away my houses, but I'll make sure that I have at least the strong level up that I want before doing that. I mean, the good news is, like, worst case, we're looking at under 6 hours, which was about what my estimate was going to be for 3 Red Mages. And best case is we could be done under 5.5. Four Chimeras ambushing us. That is pretty rude of Dan. Dan did nothing to deserve this. He might have said some things. They might have been impolite, but that doesn't mean we could be ambushed. I'm still bugged at the black shirt giving me red dust clouds. It's just not a good color for it. You blame Dan? He might have done some things to deserve it, but still. It's at least partially the Chimera's fault. Okay, here we go. 352, 344, 348. That was not really the level up I was hoping for. That was a small level up. I mean, 22,000 for the next level. This is kind of painful, but I think we are going to do level 25. Level 26 is where we get our 7th tier spell charge. You can get some Ice 3s, which I really hope not to have. This is a 3 Red Mage Wizard challenge. I mean, I could use a 4th, but the problem is with only 3 ribbons and the Red Wizards having absolutely no resistance gear, I don't really feel like I can drag the 4th character through the dungeon. And so I've had him dead since Gurgly Volcano. Which means Dan number 4 is only level 15 right now, and that is probably not enough to realistically survive anything that's happening right now. Alright, so we do get 2 performs here. 20,000 experience to level 25. It's starting to get to the painful part of the level curve. Final Fantasy does flatten out fairly soon, so that if you want to go up to ridiculous levels, it is actually not the rest of your life grinding. But this is where you get kind of the most difficult stretch, where you're not quite good enough to beat these monsters really fast. But there's no other better source of experience for the entire game. The only thing you could really do is go all the way down to Tiamat's floor and get, 4 performers at a time. But it, like, barely speeds things up, and it requires, the ability to get there in the first place. Experience is probably around 10 battles total, so they go pretty fast. Especially if you go upstairs and get the lucky Chimeras. They'll give you 4,000 experience for that. Those will be the good ones. We've got 3 out of the next 4 battles against them. Plenty of chances for some big XP gains. Nice. All right, that's like perfect for the setup. You know what? I'm gonna still use the ice spells because even with a chance to strike first, We might as well take out as much as we can in round 1. At what levels do Red Wizards get 4 and 5 hits per attack? Definitely not going to get 5, because at 24 is when a fighter gets it. And I know the Red Wizards are a couple levels behind the fighters for all of this accuracy stuff. I can check to see what our accuracy is like right now. It would need to say 96 for 4 attacks. So 88 right now, 78, 83. We're pretty far away. I think it would be probably 4 levels for it. So I'm going to guess 28 for the defense sword, maybe 29 or so for the sun sword. Okay, fire 2. Actually, don't use fire 2. Just Thor. And you guys are going to use fire 3s. Trying to save that Cure 2 charge on Dan. Yeah, if these Red Mages had slightly better accuracy overall, it would help them out a lot in the late game for damage. Like, they don't even really need a lot of strength, because you're banking on like critical hits to do a large amount of the damage anyway. But they don't have as many chances per round as the fighters do, and it takes a really long time for them to catch up. Right now I'm just hoping that they catch up on some HP here. It's been a while since we had our last strong level up. Come on, Chimera Chimeras, especially Chimeras. We want double Chimeras. Not quite good enough. Alright, so let's save one of our ice charges here. Probably should have put both of them onto the Chimera, actually. He's slightly more dangerous in all respects. So that, black shirt, put you up there. There was a good hit. Why couldn't we get one of those in the last round? Hey, Zumdiner, thank you much for the host there. I hope you guys had a good time before coming over here. We're doing a Final Fantasy challenge tonight of 4 Dans in our party, which Dan needs some extra levels to be able to take on Temple of Fiends here. We're at the very end, but I don't really feel confident quite yet. We're coming up on level 25, and that might be the first time that we go and actually try out Descent. Hey, welcome in, Zumdiner. Thanks again for the host there. I'll assume that there was some Dragon Quest mayhem, which is the reason you need a break. Okay, didn't quite get enough damage to kill these guys. I guess I really shouldn't fear Chimeras very much with the ribbons on. I used to always worry about it because the poison was a problem. But even with my regular party, we'd have the Aegis Shield, and that would also block poison. DQ3, oh, that is a game known to be bad at times. Okay, we do have a couple of Cure 2s left, but not a lot. We'll see if we can get our level before we run out. I'm going to pick up the performance down here. I don't really want to do the Zombie Ds. I feel like those are a little bit of a tougher battle, and if you get 2 performs, the experience here is really good. Alright, there we go. 25 is not a strong level up, but we at least are breaking 350 on everybody. I'll go until I run out of resources, and then we'll do a normal loop prior to Temple of Fiends. So you'll see me do a little bit of grinding, but it'll just be the 4 Chimera perform Chimera battle, and not all this stuff upstairs. Now let's try to save our last Ice 2 for the third battle here. All right, Chimera down. Good start. Come on, Dan. Swing the defense sword. There we go. Dan's 25 now, so everybody's 25. Well, except for the one that's dead. He's 15. He's been dead for a really long time. Probably not going to have the most successful time. I've been debating about throwing him into either Kraken 2 or Chaos. I have to do a little bit of setup for that to work out. But I can go get him petrified in Ice Cave, and that will be a way to get a couple of spell slots in case there's like... In Chaos, we need to get like a meat shield or something in the front. Could be useful. I don't know if I want to do it on Chaos or Kraken 2, though. They're both really, really nasty fights. Kraken 2 might be better for having a meat shield, but Chaos is better for having the an extra fast at the start, potentially. Yeah, I think you just want to attack. We can do 2 purple worms downstairs, and then we're done. And we'll do the setup. Alright, there we go. Second floor is out of the way. This should hopefully get us close enough into level 26 that if we do end up needing it, that we have an outside shot of getting the XP at like the Germedusa fight or something. We only need the health. We're not going to rely on the level 26 spell slots at all. And that way we can potentially benefit from the level up in the dungeon itself. I mean, we'll have a couple purple worm fights that are required because these are unrunnable. And then also the Gerbedusas and the Fire Elementals to potentially get us the levels. Fire Elementals are going to be interesting. I don't have a lot of physical damage. Do I want to Black Shirt? See if Ice 2 is going to help. Ice 2 does a pretty good job on him. But I don't know if I want to use my spell slots directly. Should be good for last fight. One last purple worm for the road. Alright. Easiest way to get Dan fixed. I guess just life him and then hit the Canary in. Or hit, yeah, Canary is probably the best one. It's relatively convenient, and heading in that direction for the trip over to Ice Cave anyway. This is where it's great having these life spells just coming out of our ears. Like, we could probably get through fights with, as long as one person's alive, we can bootstrap this party back up to full again. Alright, so order-wise, Dan's in the front. We actually want to sell those knight armor pieces, because that is going to turn into a holding slot for some kind of pro cape. Yeah, we'll need to have a pro cape to be added to the party. We'll get Ruse. I don't think this is really going to help us, but Ruse, Ruse, and Ruse. You're the one that's got warp. And the first 3 battles are all cockatrice fights, so we should be able to get a good cockatrice fight here pretty fast. Make sure you do have all of your spell slots up. Yep, 75431 is the best he's going to get. What spell could he possibly get that would be helpful for him? Oh, nice. Excellent. We don't want to increase our evasion at all. So yeah, just do nothing, 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 and a whole bunch of nothing. Dan's asleep. I could probably kill the mummies. They're not helping me. Dan's petrified. All right. We got what we came for. Took a little bit of damage before the petrification, but it's hard to avoid. And there's no way to heal him once he's petrified. He's no longer a legal target for things like cure spells. All right, so spell shopping. We can do shopping with him. We just can't target him. So that'll still work out fine. Heal potions 99. Soft potions 4. That's good. We're going to buy Invis too. I can't think of anything else that the rest of the party might even consider useful in Temple of Fiends here. I'm not going to get Exit, even though it's a somewhat good spell. I have enough Cast of Warp on that one guy that he can get us out of where we need to worry about dungeons. If I had one spell on my emergency reserve Dan, what would it be? Probably life for 5th tier. I can't imagine though that we completely run out of life spells, but it might happen. And did he get Cure 2? I can't even see his spell list. I guess we're gonna go into the shop and get him Cure 2 manually. I'm pretty sure he does not have a 4th tier spell yet. Okay, he already has Cure 2. So we'll get him fast. He doesn't need Ice 2, and we'll get him life. Fast is probably the most helpful spell to have on either Kraken 2 or Team Out once we get, or Kraken 2 or Chaos once we get the buffs up. And would there ever be a situation where we would really need life? Or is it better to have him Cure 3 for Chaos? I actually can get both. No reason to have to worry about this. So we're going to get Cure 3 life and I guess Warp for him. We got plenty of cash. Now we have options. All right. Let's get all set up for Temple of Fiends. I probably want to do a hard reset to get back to the beginning. Again, we're going to do a normal loop here, which is 4 encounters while I'm burning off steps. And we do get to keep this experience in case the attempt does not succeed, because it'll be saved again after having gotten out of the temple. There's 2. Just getting rid of the Frosties at the start. Alright, 3. Let's do the battles. Hello, Bats. How you doing tonight? You ready for some excitement? Okay, let's see what we want to have. Zeus Gauntlet no longer is helpful for us, so White Shirt goes in. Thor Hammer technically no longer helpful, but we'll keep it. And if anybody's going to have Bane, it's going to be the same person that's got the Defense Sword. So that goes to you. At this point, I actually do not want to have weapons in the first slot if they have an effect, just in case I accidentally use them in the Gurmedusa battle. on, Dan. Good Ice 2. That was a really good one. 240 is the max that Ice 2 can do. He definitely put all of his body weight behind that. We'll have 2 Purple Worm fights, 1 more Chimera fight. We'll see where we are towards level 26 at that point. I don't think it's worth trying to mess around with squeezing out every little bit of experience that we can get. Although technically it is possible to get the Chimera Chimera before leaving. Actually, you know what? Might as well. We might as well do it since we do got to keep the experience in any case. It is the same encounter rate for all of the floors in this part of the dungeon. Once you go into the elemental part, though, it actually does have a different encounter rate than the other dungeon floors in the entire game. And it very slightly goes up every floor you go for the elemental floors. So overworld, I believe it's 10 for the threat level. In dungeons, it's 8, so dungeons are actually lower chances of encounters than overworld. But then the elemental floors goes 9, 10, 11, 12. And it's like 24 for the floor where War Mech is. That's why you have so many encounters on that one. Alright, more Chimeras. The more the merrier. And again, level 26 here would be really good, but we could actually get 26 in the dungeon and be fine. We immediately get the benefit of the hit points, as long as it happens before Lich. We just want to get 26 before the Lich fight. There's my Chimera. Coming up next. This would be normally the last battle I did before the zombie fight. And so we're going to just warp directly out. This will put me 1 step off, which just means I don't need to take the backwards step before heading up to where the crystal is. Actually, let's just do all ice spells. I think this is slightly more consistent than physical attacks. Remember, do not move after this battle. We are 2,000 experience away, so we're really close to the level. We will definitely get it on the way down before reaching Lich. We want to dump our tier 3s so that we are closer to being full HP. You're good, you're good. Alright. Let's do it. To the left. To the right. Do not go back. Instead, go forward onto your glory, Dan. Perfect. Only time we see zombies in the entire run, right here. And zombies do not score any points. 0 points for zombies tonight. Hopefully we've got some good frosties. This is a stretch where I'm really worried about my total amount of health that I have to work with. Especially with the problems that we're going to potentially have on Lich. There's the blizzard. Did not want blizzards. 2 blizzards. And a bite attack. Double bite attack. Man, we went last in that round. Absolutely dead last. Go ahead and get our bad men. I'm probably actually have to start healing here already, which is sad. Yeah. I don't want to do bad men with that level of health. That was a rough start. Not what we wanted to have our entryway into the temple be like. Phantom probably is going to be a tough fight. I might want to Fire 3 him? That does cost me, well, that cost me a life for a Cure 3 charge. We're gonna try it with weapons here in round 1. 63 is not a lot of damage. Kind of unfortunate. Nobody can be insta-killed or paralyzed, though. So we're just kind of hoping that he doesn't do physicals. You want to see Badman nuke? Badman don't have nuke. It's Evil Man that has nuke. Alright, we're doing no damage. I mean, I guess you guys can keep doing this, but we're going to have to burn a Fire 3 here, I guess. I don't want to let Phantom get too many turns in. Here's a better hit. Even Fire 3 was not that good. Alright, we'll take it. We killed Phantom. We don't really want to deal with these fights, even though they're really good experience here. We'll get enough just from the forced encounters to get level 26. And there's no chance of getting 27 here in the dungeon as far as I can tell. Alright, purple worms. 1 purple worm wouldn't have been enough. 2 purple worms might be the level. Actually, we might be still short until we have the Gerbadusa fight. Might still be a little bit short. Hail Mary for Nucleus Lich? I mean, it doesn't have to be Nucleus. It just can't be a really high roll Lich. And I do have fast to work with, which will help out a little bit. But definitely it's going to be tough. All right, there we go. 364, 356, and 360. So 360 is our magic number for Lich. Why do we get all these blizzards? This is not the time, Frosty. You're gonna be the worst, and that means you get Mage Staff. I guess we can officially give you Heal Staff, and just swap your rolls. Black shirt, Heal Staff. Would I rather have a white shirt on him? I think I would. Yeah. We still have the Golem fight. I mean, it doesn't really matter for the Dan order, to be honest. It's not like we have a really big difference in terms of our setup for a lot of these characters. But officially, we want to have you in the front. I believe you in slot 2. You should have the defense and the Bane. So let's see if we did that correctly. Yep, defense, Bane. I guess I can swap those two and give you Thor. That's not a bad combo. Actually, Bane is really not helpful for the way this is set up. We actually want white shirt on you for right now for the Germadusas. That way we can white shirt during the Germadusa battle and have 2 people that are going to hopefully work out the defense situation here. So heal staff, white shirt, defense. All Dans look alike. No, that's horrible. Don't say that. All right, Dan's down. We have a little bit less than perfect defense on Dan, and a little bit of defense on the other Dan. But we will Thor and Mage, and then just really hope that Lich goes well. $360 again is our magic number for this setup. Alright, Lich. Hopefully this goes good. We're gonna fast. Punches Dan, so now he's at 312. Gonna be even harder for him to survive nuke here, but I want to go for offense. There's the nuke. 340, he's dead. 236, we have one Dan coming through. 128 hit points is not a lot to work with. Hopefully Lich is not going to paralyze us. We have probably 2 hits to go. Still probably 2 hits to go. Come on, Dan. Maybe down to 1 hit. It's coming up on nuke again. You got to kill him right here, Dan. There we go. All right. So Lich is down. That was our first big one. We do want to have... Probably want to have everybody for... well, not everybody, but most of us for this next stretch. So we're going to get Dan back, and... You got... Yeah, we'll do your life. I think it's going to be better having 3 characters for the fire than 2. And if nothing else, you can just black shirt away. We ended up with a petrified character in the first slot. Interesting. I guess we'll leave it like that for right now. Now we'll fix it. Okay, who's got Pro Cape? All right, you're in slot 1, I think. The black shirt should be on the person that does not have a good sword, so he can black shirt the firementals. And the other 2 are going to physically attack. Yeah, we didn't want to see his spell cycle, to be honest. He loops back to nuke after 4, and that was coming up on a not very good part of it. Oh man, 4 of these guys. And we'll see how black shirt does. I mean, my other alternative is to try to defense and hope that we can dodge attacks, and it takes a really long time to get your defenses up. Hey, Metacrit. Turns out a lot of things could go wrong with 4 Dans, but we're doing our best. It's really all you can ask for Dan. There is a good one. So it's up to Dan now to take out this remaining set of firementals. You do decent damage with black shirt. That is not a bad strat. I guess purple worms are actually going to be a bigger problem when there is 4 of them. That is going to hurt a lot. At this point, black shirt's not needed anymore, so we can have Pro Cape instead. Which I guess means you get Pro Cape, you get white, and... Well, this is where I was going to decide whether I was going to do Dan on Kraken or not. Dan's there with a white shirt and just like trying to desperately absorb attacks. Oh, it's no problem because I can just life him again. Yeah, we should have Dan for Kraken. What was I thinking? It was like I was thinking I couldn't keep Dan in the party between those 2 events. Like, it had to either be at Kraken 2 or at Chaos. But it's like, we can just life him after he's dead at Kraken 2 when we get to Chaos, and it's no problem. Yeah, it works fine. Alright, so what do we have here? Defense Sun, probably 1 person casting fast at the start. Or do we want to do double fast here? We can probably spend around on fasts, and you're gonna white shirt. Try to reduce the amount of attacks per round that Carrie has here. Does 4th Dan just get nothing? Yeah, I don't even have any gear for him. Maybe he should have had, like, chainmail or something. He'll make do. He really doesn't have any chance of surviving anyway if he gets attacked. Fire 3, this has been really good. This is the carry fight we wanted. We kind of want Kraken to go like this too, where he just doesn't do any physical attacks. That'd be perfect. Yagamoth, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes. We're definitely going to need it. This is a tough challenge we're on right now. Kind of worried about Tiamat's floor because there's a lot of damage potential there. And our heal potions are already running pretty dry. Yeah, we're gonna need to do our cure spells, definitely. Luckily we do have a lot. But even things like lobsters here, these guys are gonna hurt, like, way more than a regular run. Ow! We just lost 4 heal potions. How many white shirts until max evasion? Probably gonna be around 6. I don't know what our evasion scores are at by base, but it'd be like 6 if it was the regular marathon route. I had to think for a second. I wasn't expecting there to be extra steps required, but I guess I did not take the safe squares up at the top. Alright, so we need Dan. This is the time for Dan to shine, and use up all of Dan's curing as well while we're here. Let's do the cure 2s first, because they're going to be harder to split up. Alright, there we go. So you're going to have white shirt, and I mean, I guess you could put on your sword. No reason not to. Or heal staff. You could heal staff during the Kraken fight, I guess. That is a thing that you could do. You could Bane sword during the Kraken fight. Let's be crazy. Okay, we want Dan number 4 in the back. Alright, so it goes Dan. I mean, Dan did really good on the Bane Sword before. I'm gonna give him an opportunity to use this white shirt at the start, though. I think that's my best opening play on Kraken. Here we go. The rest of them are gonna fog too. We're just gonna hope. Equip the Zeus? Nah, it's not gonna make a difference. Kraken hits Dan, 260. Dan's still in it. We're trying to get him back up. I guess... Who has what items? You got defense, so you need to fast yourself. Oh, I don't want to lose my defense guy. You can fog 2 again. That's actually your best move. Hits Dan again! 117! Oh man! Good thing we got all these fog 2s up. Alright, keep Dan alive here. That's the game. $63. This is going to be a really long fight. 160. That's better. He's just doing nothing but punching. Stop it. problem is the Fog 2 really doesn't help on criticals. Cure 2 fight. Cure 2 fight, I guess. Another punch! Oh my. How long can this go on? He's punching just the people that have damage-dealing weapons on right now. Kraken knows. This is so slow. We're doing like very, very minimal damage per round. Lit 2, alright. We did not get punched. Dan's out of curing. Yeah, white shirt. White shirt or heal staff? Probably white shirt is your best choice. Keep dropping cure 2s. White shirt will further reduce the damage. And, why? Why, Kraken? What did Dan do to you? This is revenge for all the times that Dan lived through Kraken. Right here. The same two people over and over again. Everything except for one Lit 2 has been him punching those two Dans, alternating like back and forth. We got him. Alright, there we go. He's got 900 hit points in the refight, and that was a good one. I gotta say, that was a challenging Kraken 2, and now we are like, completely out of heal potions. And completely out of like Cure 2s. I was not expecting to use up all my Cure 2s in that fight. I think we just want to swap around. You to the back. You to number 2. I don't know how long Dan's gonna live, but he can possibly heal staff along the way. The heal staff's more valuable than having somebody in the back slot that can't run. Come on, no bad damage here. Here's the Purple Worm battle. I'm really nervous about this one. Oh, so much damage. It's gonna take us a long time to kill these guys, and I don't really have other defensive options. Like, white shirt's just gonna be forever to get the evasion up. Hey, Iconic, welcome in. There's one down. The other thing is it's just chewing up a whole lot of heal potions that we really don't have any more left. Also gonna hurt if we have to use a life spell. That is that's equal to a Cure 3. There's 2 down. I can't really split them up very much because it's not reliable that just 2 of them can kill a Purple Worm together. Three down. The wrong Dan. Oh, we got him. Never mind. We got lucky turn order that time. That's making up for some of those frosty battles that we had earlier. I can't believe level 15 Dan is not getting a level from this. He just was in a Kraken 2 fight and a triple purple worm battle, or quadruple purple worm battle, which is the max you can get outside of the Wormech fight. Two more encounters to go. I'm hoping this is the one and only time we need to fight Chaos. This is going to be really painful to have to do again. I don't know if my body's ready for it. There's Mazmune. So now we have another Dan that is all set. And that means when we get to... Actually, even right now, I think I want to give you Pro Cape. You had Warp. That's fine. One more random encounter left to go in the game. Alright. We do get a little bit of healing in here. I think two of the Dans are at max. We're at max. Or now very far from max. More heal potions down the drain. I'm out of heal potions before Tiamat. On to Cure 1s. So start dropping those. We're not using Ruse. Meat Shield Dan in the front, I think, for the possible physical. And we want... you in slot 4? Let's see if I did that correctly. I guess it doesn't really matter for those two guys. Let's do it. So Tiamat, we are going to drop some white shirts here, I think, to hopefully get fewer physical attacks, but it's really about the magic damage, and hopefully we can outspeed her. Are we going to Bane Sword? I mean, we'll see if Dan gets a turn off. We can try to Bane Sword Tiamat. It's a 3 and 256. It feels better to do that on Chaos, to be honest. I think if there's any spot where Bane Sword is going to get broken out, Chaos is the spot for it. Dan's dead. 350 points of overkill. We did 300 damage that round. That's not good for Chaos, to be honest. We need to be moving faster than this. There's a good hit. Dan is not baned. Alright, Tiamat's down. I actually think I want to get Dan Meat Shield in the front again. That was helpful having somebody in that role. Who is the best person to give up a Cure 3 charge? It is going to be you, because you've got the Mazmune. And for the Mazmune fight, I think I wanted you to have Opal as well. Yeah, we'll just swap first. Is that right? I think this is correct. Mazmune's in one of the back slots. The worst armored one is in the back slot, and we'll give him Zeus, you know. Not going to make a real lick of difference, but he can at least have a nice item there. And let's see, can we beat Chaos with this party? We've got 4 Dans. It might be a really big struggle here, to be honest. Alright. Bane Sword. Make it happen, Dan. I guess we want everybody fast at during the start of this. Kind of feels bad giving up a Masmune round, though. Dan uses the Bane Sword. Ineffective. I thought he had it that time. I thought he had it. We'll give him a second try. Maybe this will be the one. Okay, defense is not really helping. Sunblade does a little bit more damage. That's a good hit. Dan, use the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. Come on, Dan, you can do this. We believe that you can do this. I think Cure 3 is your best move. Trying to keep the maximum health up as we can on the Masmune Litter. I was thinking about just Cure 2. Oh no, Dan! 326. I don't think he can come back from that one. But importantly, Chaos did not get another spell off. There's his second spell. This is where we start getting panicky, because we're doing way less damage per round. We do not want to see these spells. That was a terrible Masmune hit, Dan. You gotta do better than that. Inferno, that's a skill. But unfortunately, he's at the Swirl and Tornado, which is really dangerous right now. I can't really afford to spend turns healing when our Masmune's not working. I'm gonna have to heal instead of attacking with Sun Sword. I really don't like that. Slow 2. Alright, so he's one hit away, or one spell away from Cure 4 now. We're gonna have to go and just hope that this works. Come on. Come on, Dan. Okay. That is not a good person to punch, but he didn't cast Cure 4. We got a shot still. Dan, can you do this? No. Cure 4. Alright. Now it's a race to nuke. This is where it gets really, really hairy. So 320 is on the board. And we might lose our Sun Sword Wielder, which is going to really hurt our DPS here, but I don't know when I can safely attack versus having to heal. There's spell number 5. That's probably the best one he can do, to be honest. Spell 5 is not bad. Spell 6 as well. Spell 7's fast, and then he gets a much more dangerous physical. How much did he heal? A lot. I mean, it sets him back to 2,000, and we were close. This is kind of dangerous. Dan at 101 could easily be killed. There's Swirl. Dan is dead. Uh-oh. Now it is just down to the 2. We're out of Cure 2s after this round. We're out of Cure 3s. There's Tornado. This is devastatingly bad damage. What do we have? Lit 3. We are getting desperate here. Dan terminates Chaos. 542-23. The Dans have done it. People did not believe, but Dan did. Dan believed.